Hello, defenders of your emotional motivation. Hi. So this is part 2 of the transit series of Mars in Cancer. I will be reading for Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn and Sagittarius in this video. But first of all, I just wanted to say that you really can't make this stuff up. So yesterday, when Mars was in Cancer and the moon entered into Cancer, news came out about how there are glass beads that represent billions of tons of water on the surface of the moon, and how it might embody us to be able to take action to expand there. I just, we're dealing with the moon, we're dealing with water, and we're dealing with this action that we can take with this discovery of that water. Very Mars in the moon, and the home of really being able to potentially have another home. We're probably headed that in quite some time, but let's focus on Earth first, shall we? But I just thought that just really made me laugh when I saw that come up in my news feed. I recommend checking out the introduction for yesterday's video. I mean, I really talk about what it feels like for Mars to be in Cancer now that energy of Mars that's been zooming around in the skies, air, Gemini, has crash landed into water. There's a heaviness there that we've had to try and embody and work through and process. And, we're just adjusting to this new energy. It's certainly been very potent. But before I kick off, my name's Chloe and I work with card divination, astrology, and I channel energies through my body. As you can see, my hands are moving around right now. This is independent of my conscious thought. It's all part of the process. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who's watching, new viewers and returning viewers. Your energy transfer really means a lot to me. I feel very nourished by the sharing of your space and your time. And yeah, I just want to talk about my method of tarot reading and astrology. So I work with the Hellenistic traditions. This is from the Greco-Roman period of thousands of years ago. That is also based on previous the Sumerian energy, and it will predate that. I haven't versed myself in the depths of which this energy that we're working with in terms of the astrology applies. I deal with the tropical zodiac. This means that this works with the solstices and equinoxes. So it is consistent every year, and it's tapping into the energies, the cyclical energies of the earth. I mainly focus on inner work when it comes to the tarot that I read for you all on this channel. In my private practice with personal readings, if there's certain questions into sort of romance and those sort of things, that's when these things will come up. Sometimes these messages come up in the general readings, but I mostly focus on the inner work, because for me, the more we do the inner work, the more we step in line with our own integrity, the realness with compassion, the more our energy, our frequency shifts and changes and vibrates out into the world. So the more that you're doing the inner work, the more that energy is then available to the collective, because it's reverberating outwards, especially when we work from our heart space. My hand has just gone over my heart chakra. The heart is so powerful. It has an electromagnetic field of 3 feet compared to the mind that is 3 inches. So when we are truly operating from a whole holistic sense of combining the heart, mind, body and spirit all together, the power of our frequency moves out into the world like a butterfly domino effect, all of that thing. The more also that energy is available for the collective to tap into, if perhaps they haven't been able to focus on their own inner work, too busy, overworked, underpaid, drained, in pain, frustrated. The more that we do this work, as I said, the more that ripples out. And so when we do that work, it gets us more in line with what we draw towards us, the relationships that we want, the work that we want, the job that we do, how we want to emotionally connect to other people. So this is the fundamentals of how all these other parts of your life can fall into place. I do lots of transit videos, and I go into a lot of detail about all the different transits, because all these energies are talking to each other in different ways and they're all working together. I really feel that the avatars of the energies of the planets and the asteroids and everything out there is fundamentally getting us to be in line with the beauty and magic it is to be a human being. We are phenomenal, but we're also pretty terrible. I don't talk so much as I used to about what's going on in the outside world. It's chaos out there. It's all our collective trauma bubbling to the surface. But what I do ask you is to go and look for yourself. Go find independent media, question everything, and get in line with your autonomous choices that isn't giving away your power to an outside source. So what else did I want to say? I swear there was something that I'm missing out with. Right, so when I do these readings, I channel. Sometimes that's through what I say, sometimes that's through my body. And so when I'm moving the cards around, when they've all come together, this is me and the energies working together. I tend to go very vacant. I try and quieten the monkey mind in order to let the energies come through and do what it is that they need to do. They'll also probably do energy work during the reading. This will, yeah, as I said, this will be when I'm quite quiet. So please do bear with me with the process. I feel that the energies help compound the messages that come through and often clear some of the energy that we may have had to work with, but through the transformation of the working with the energies and the cards and the astrology all together, that they're able to tap into that particular thread of energy and help shift gear and raise that vibrational level. I will also have energetic releases or have strange body movements at the time. I tend to say when these are happening to let you know. You might be able to tap in on an intuitive level what that means for you and how that resonates. Speaking of resonation, not all the messages in these readings may be for you. Sometimes they're very personal readings to a particular a group of that zodiac sign that need to hear that message. Just because it doesn't resonate doesn't invalidate the rest of the reading. One of my favourite phrases is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. This means just because you hear something that somebody says and then something is against what you feel on an intuitive level doesn't invalidate the baby, right? So don't throw that baby out with the bathwater. Keep what works for you and let what doesn't just move through you. This is very much a time of our connecting to our emotional passions and our motivations. We can be very responsive with this. Mars in Cancer can kick off to our survival needs. Our emotional needs may come into the forefront and we may get there may be some drama, some conflict going around. Be mindful of this. Be aware that this is the energy that's trying to show you, to get you to understand and learn about your response mechanisms, your emotional connections, and how you embody that and take action with that, and really trying to level up that quick response mechanisms to our emotions, rather than just realizing that sometimes even if we get very overwhelmed with them, it will pass. It too shall pass. Same with our mind. It's all about being mindful. The more that we question everything, including ourselves, the more we really get in line of what do we care about long term? What really matters? Rather than the sense of revenge, a sense of trying to one-up people and be in a state of competition, be in competition with yourself in a really joyful, beautiful way. Be real with yourself, be compassionate with yourself, live that dream, live that fantasy that everything that you could possibly desire has already happened. A real state of embodiment we want to do here with Mars in Cancer, a water sign, the first water sign. This is having gone through the journey of Gemini, of collecting that information, having fun with that information, working out like how do things piece together, wanting to share all these different ideas, very much the devil's advocate, Gemini. I love you. Now we're in Cancer. How do we connect our emotions, our true emotions, to the things that we've discovered and learnt, and using that deep wealth of power of that water energy of our intuition, really honing our intuition. The more that we clear our stuck energy, whether that's trauma or whatever that is, based on our trauma, our parents' trauma, our lineage, our ancestors, the collective trauma, our past lives, our galactic space, the more we work with that and clear that and transform it and utilize it and just generally free ourselves of that energy, the stronger our intuition will get, the stronger we're able to be really in command, our own authority, in order to move through this world with grace. Look to the past with compassion and understanding. Be in the now, open to any possibility, and look to the future with an open heart. Well, there's an example of some of the energy work that happens during these videos for those of you who are new. Right, Mars in Cancer. I'm going to be breaking through some of the transits that Mars is going to make. This is going to be a two-part series where I will then do a second round when we get to the end of April of how Mars is going to affect us in May. So this is from the 25th of March of Mars in Cancer to the 20th of May. So nearly 2 months here with Mars being here. And as I said, I'm going to break down some of the transits. There are going to be 8 piles for each rising sign. Oh, speaking of rising sign, I should have mentioned that. Right, I work with the whole house system, and this is where each sign represents a whole house. And I do the astrology based on the rising sign being in the first house. So for those of you, tap into your rising sign if you know your time of birth first, then check out your moon and your sun. Personally, I like to tap into all of the energies. We have all of the signs in our chart, and so what's the messages that are coming through and the tarot that's coming through for each sign will just, for those of you who it's not linked into your rising sign, it will apply to a different area of your life. Still very relevant. Sometimes these are really wonderful collective messages that are helping us understand the dynamic of everyone right now around us. You can also tap into people who you know, see what's going on with them. And so, yeah, those are the risings. That's the situation with the rising signs. Things I don't do. I don't apply. So in modern astrology, they'll apply Aries to the first house across the board. It doesn't matter what rising sign you've got, it'll have an Aries undertone, and that'll go all the way around where Pisces is thought of as the 12th house. I don't do that. I find it limiting. I find it, essentially limiting. Like we're blocking off the many, many nuances of those houses and those signs and where they should be. I also don't use the modern rulerships of Pluto for Scorpio, Uranus for Aquarius, and Neptune for Pisces. I can understand why there are lots of themes that are linked into those signs that link into these planets. It's just not something that resonates with me. I'm not discrediting it. I'm just letting you know that's not how I work, and that isn't the main information that I'll be providing in these transit videos. I can see them as co-rulers, but not even equal co-rulers. I personally don't feel like these outer planets want to be bound to a particular sign. I think they are bigger than that, and they have far more nuanced ideas of what they're capable of in each of the signs. Right, I think, is that everything? Yeah, I think that's a good roundup of who I am and what I'm doing. Right, so as I said, in part 1 of the introduction, I talk about Mars being in Cancer. Before I did that reading, I meditated and channeled and pulled some cards from this amazing deck that you can see before you. This is the Mystical Shaman Oracle. And so I'm just going to read through these cards that came up to get an idea, because this is for the sort of the collective of how Mars is in Cancer. In part 1, I pulled cards with the tarot for a collective message. That was really lovely. Lots of support. We had the King of Cups, which I just think is, and the Ace of Cups, was just such a lovely representation of the capacity of Mars to be in Cancer. Rather, traditionally, Mars is seen to be in its fall or depression in Cancer because it's exalted, raised up high in Capricorn, opposite to Cancer. You kind of understand why that might be the case. There's a sense of not not getting too into your feelings, and then I mean personally I don't think that's the case. Probably in part 3 I'm going to be going through some examples of people who have Mars in Cancer, which kind of disproves that. I really enjoyed doing the Mercury in Pisces video, where Mercury is in its fall and depression in Pisces. And the phenomenal amount of people and the qualities that Mercury in Pisces has it just knocks that idea out of the ballpark. Like, yes, there are certain challenges to overcome in this area for Mars, but it doesn't mean that it can't be its true brilliant self. Right, so we've got the ancient ones first up, and as I said, I'm going to read from the book. These are always very powerful messages that come through with these cards. I'm very grateful. I was gifted these by a dear friend of mine at Christmas. The ancient ones. The ancient ones are the shamans of old, who defeated death and escaped from the tyranny of time. The ancient ones once walked the earth like us in flesh and bone. Now they reside in infinity and can counsel us after we say yes to our calling. Mars is very much about connecting on an emotional level to your motivation and drive and your passion to do and be in the world, our calling, our purpose. They are available to help us attain our full realization. The invitation. The ancient ones are inviting you to reach to the future to help birth a new destiny for the earth. Go ahead and find out who you're becoming 10,000 years from now. If you accept the invitation, great power and blessings will come your way and allow you to craft a new destiny for yourself. Do not hesitate to bite off more than you can chew, because you have unlimited spiritual resources available right now. The medicine. The ancient ones beseech you to examine your attitudes and actions and be sure they are of the highest integrity. Again, as asking you to like really be mindful of your actions linked into your emotional responses. Okay, my body's now shaking. That we can get very heated, like with Mars, Cancer's linked into the home. It's our domestic space, and also the mother dynamic, the maternal. I overheard a fair amount of arguments happening yesterday when the moon went straight into Cancer, of people worried about survival and worried about and getting very emotional and very heated about it, about what kind of actions to take. And these are all very valid emotions. I want you to not beat yourself up about these response mechanisms, but do be mindful. I forgot to say, we've got Pallas Athena. Right, she's here on the table. This was a gift to me from my mother. I think it was a couple of years ago. Oh no, way more. About maybe 10 years ago. Whoa. And this Athena, Pallas Athena, represents wisdom. She was another archetype of war in the Greco-Roman pantheon. Whereas Mars was very much that impulsive drive for chaos and destruction, amongst other things. You know, I talk about the mythology behind Mars and that archetype in part 1. But Pallas was this strategy, using wisdom. If we are going to go to war, if we are going to battle, let's be smart about it. And Pallas is Athena. The asteroid is in Cancer. She's been in Cancer for a while. I've talked about her a lot on this channel when it's come up in certain lunations. She's really helping us. We've already been working on tapping to a higher perspective with our emotional connection to what it is that we care about. She's already been doing all of that, and I love how she's going to be there for pretty much the whole of Mars's journey through Cancer. So really providing support to get in line with your own integrity. Tomorrow, one of the aspects that I'm going to be talking about is the trine with Saturn. Saturn is also about maturity, responsibility, and integrity. And I love how one of the first aspects that Mars is making in its journey through Cancer is to Saturn, really honing in the message that's coming through with the ancient ones. Not forgiving an ancestor or yourself is keeping you from the freedom you seek. And remember, I talked about compassion at the beginning of the video. Remember, this is no longer your karma. You can break the chains that once bound you to the family drama and be free of your generational curses. Forgive the ones you need to release. Like, you can forgive but not condone. That was a really important message for me on my journey of just being like, but they've done something that's fundamentally really messed up and not cool, and they don't seem to be aware of it or changing their ways. And I found it really hard to let go of that. And hearing the phrase, you can forgive but not condone, it was like, you can let go of that energy. You can let go of that tangled knot of energy that's in your body, but it doesn't mean you have to condone the actions that were taken. You're not pacifying the fact that that was messed up, but you're opening up that space for change. Honor your biological ancestors by lighting a candle to them tonight. So Mars rules Aries. We're going to be talking about that through each of the readings. And there's so much going on in Aries right now. Mercury's just being an absolute G in Aries. I'm loving that Mercury energy. The sun's there sending illumination. Jupiter's going to be there for a couple of months. This is the spark of life. This is a great time to do candle magic. One of the final aspect that I'll be talking about in this particular series is the square with Chiron, which is in the first 4 readings that I did. The energy that was coming through with that was pretty powerful. So, you know, even though we're talking about Mars in Cancer, what's going on with Mars is affecting what's going on in Aries. So we can bring in that fire and water energy together of, how do you emotionally connect to your passions? How do you emotionally connect to the spark that is within you? I keep having Relight My Fire by, I think Lulu did it first, but I've got the Take That version going on in my head. Oh, brilliant. Right. Oh, no, that's 54, not 45. There we go. So we've got the Sweat Lodge coming up next. So the essence, the Sweat Lodge represents the womb of Mother Earth. You know, the moon is very much linked into the matriarchy, into our mothering instincts, our nurturing instincts. How do we nurture ourselves? How do we nurture others? What are our emotional needs? Also in your chart, where your moon is can very much link into your mother relationship that you have. This is a time for reworking with that and leveling up that area of your life, whether you need to set boundaries or open up your heart to that dynamic. This is definitely potentially going to be a very strong theme for Mars in Cancer. Volcanic stones are heated on a fire outside. So Mars has the biggest volcanoes and mountains in the solar system. Then brought into the lodge and placed in a shallow hole in the center. Participants sit in complete darkness around the red-hot stones to sweat away old habits and beliefs and heal disease. When you return humbly to the womb of the mother, you are offered second chances. You know, if we don't have the option to be in a sweat lodge or sauna or however you might get up a sweat, maybe doing some exercise, you can get a sweat up and imagine that you're purging out all of these old habits, these limiting beliefs, but also having a bath. I found so I got really hit by the Mars in Cancer energy. I've got a lot of fire and air in my chart. I have the only water I've really got with planets in is Scorpio. So there's this very fixed intensity when it comes to the water part of my chart. I have Cancer in the 12th. It's the hidden part of me. And I just felt flawed, absolutely flawed. All I wanted to do was sleep, eat, and like my body was heavy. I had a bath. I've been talking about baths with Saturn being in Pisces. I think they are one of the most, I keep saying 80 or 80%, 88%, but I think we're more in the 90% of water in our bodies, and we are governed by the tides, by the moon's journey. It is our generator. My hand's now tapping on my third eye. If you have the luxury of having a bath, or being in a lake or an ocean, or even if you sort of have a shower but have that sort of a container all the way around it, like a shower curtain, where you know the water is within a boundary. I really feel like taking action in water is such a crucial time, with Mars now being in Cancer and Saturn in Pisces. But anyway, I had a bath and I really cleansed. I put lots of sea salt in there. And it's also a great time, you know. Mercury, sorry, I'm talking quite a lot today. Mercury in Aries is very much connecting to divine inspiration, by closing off your monkey mind, by relaxing and letting to see what that inspiration comes through. That for me, like I really struggle to not be constantly in motion or constantly thinking, constantly doing all the things like this. There's, as I said, a lot of fire and air in my chart. There's a lot of speed with those energies that are really allowing yourself that time that to be receptive. Mars is now in Cancer, a night yin sign. Venus is in Taurus, a night yin sign. The two personal planets of how we take action and what moves us are in these yin night signs of really asking to slow down, to take your time and let things come towards you. That getting a sweat on in a bath could also be a very potent thing to do at this time. The invitation. This is a time to journey inward into the dark and hidden places of your soul and to reconnect with the ancient earth wisdom. You can also create a sacred and intimate space in the dark by lighting a candle. We've got another theme of candle, but I like this darkness coming in. The moon isn't always full. The nights leading up to the new moon, they are their darkest. We have no illumination, and such wisdom can come from that dark space. Observe what emerges and without judging it, invite it to bring you its gifts. You are being offered an opportunity to shed and heal from the aspects of your life that you have outgrown. Do not worry that you will be consumed by the process. The medicine. Life is offering you a second chance. Take it, since this chance may not come your way again for a while. That I don't agree with, but Mother Earth is calling you into her womb. Very much that mother space of the moon, and inviting you to incubate as long as you need for a spiritual rebirth. As I said, taking time. Gift yourself time to be with your darkness, your fears and your pain and your seeds of beautiful potential until you come out the other side free, wise, and full of creativity. One side of water is a deep intensity of that intuition on a creative level. So 24, the heart of the sky. When this card came out, I was like, oh, hello, moon. Hey, moon. The essence, the heart of the sky is the love force that makes all creation possible. This same force is present when you create with originality, when you bring formlessness into form or inspired ideas to expression. This primeval force does not know good or bad. It is up to us to provide the clear intention that will guide it to manifest. The heart of the sky helps us call in beauty from the invisible world, birth it into the world of matter. Now, Mars rules the aspect of the square. I talk about the square a lot. I know I repeat it in all my videos, but the reason why I repeat these things is the more that we hear it over and over and over, the more we're not ingesting that information, the more that we're able to contemplate. The square can bring up conflict, frustration, drama, and difficulties. Can be a very difficult aspect. My chart is mostly squares and oppositions. But it's also friction. So we need friction in order to create in this 3D linear time frame that we are currently very conscious of. It doesn't mean that there aren't other ways of manifesting. Oh, just had an energetic release, but this is a very powerful one to bring things into the 3D. So that sense of Mars being very much linked into manifestation. And the world of matter, of where we take action, the thing that we move in this 3D space. The invitation. The heart of the sky brings you to a sacred reminder. You're a channel for the original energy of creation. Become the paintbrush, the canvas, and the artist, all guided by the heart of the sky. Set your intention ethically and clearly, and allow the universe to take care of the details. The medicine. You may feel responsible for everything and everyone. Very, very Moon in Cancer, Mars in Cancer. Mars in Cancer can be defending those around you, protecting them, taking care of them. Perhaps you think you have to do it all alone. Mars is also incredibly independent energy, as I talk about in part 1 of this sense of being an outcast, this energy being a bit disruptive, and how it can shake up society, and how because of that society rejects it. We're not here to reject Mars, we're here to embrace Mars. The moon is embracing Mars, nourishing Mars's needs, tending to Mars's wounds, helping heal and care for Mars Mars, tending to that abandonment issue that Mars may have from being rejected, and really allowing it to be independent but feeling part of a whole. Oh, I'm just getting a bit all emotional. This takes you into a dark hole where you lose trust in the natural order of the cosmos. Yeah, exactly what I just said. Shed your lofty sense of duty and recognize that this is a false prison of your own making. You can open the door and set yourself free in an instant. So this for me is very much, I say this phrase a lot, give from your saucer, not from your cup. This isn't selfish. When we're giving from our saucer, it's implying that we have the Ace of Cups, which is in constant overflow. The Ace of Cups was at the bottom of the deck with the collective tarot reading for Mars in Cancer. The more that we are giving from a space of abundance, the more that what we're giving is coming from the energy of abundance, and that means often that we have to tend to ourselves first, and our cup isn't depleted. We need to fill that cup up. Oh, just shaking all over. The blade. The essence. The blade represents sharpness of the mind, body, and spirit. Mars is also very much linked into cutting and severing. Pointing upwards, it summons the power of heaven. When aimed down to the ground, it anchors the power of heaven on earth. So Mars has been in air, up to the sky. In the way the elements fall, it's fire, air, water, earth. So Mars has been reaching upwards, connecting to the heaven, and now it's fallen down into earth and into water, and it's bringing everything that it's learned and anchoring it in our emotional body. The blade can be a healing tool or a weapon. Wield it wisely and it will transmit power. Bestow initiations and cut energetic cords from the past, or sever toxic relationships. Use it with anger and it will slash, stab and kill. Right, for those of you who are regulars, you know I'm not 100% comfortable with cord cutting and severing and banishment. Energy doesn't disappear, right? You can't get rid of it. But what, for me, transmuting energy is like integrating it and transmuting it. We can surrender to it, let it unravel, and open it up to be able to transform. But I do appreciate that it is a strong practice to cut cords, but I feel when you do it from a space of transmutation and changing that energy, which is another way of cutting it, it's a more holistic way of bringing that energy that is present and shifting the frequency. You are invited to draw your blade and use it. It is not auspicious to hesitate, to waste time in idle talk, or to hide from the inevitable. Heaven and earth are aligned to support you in claiming your power, so take decisive action. Overcome your fear of hurting others, unsheathe the blade and use it wisely. So this is an interesting dynamic that we're working with. So it's saying, don't worry about hurting others, but use this with integrity. You don't slash, stab and kill. Don't use it unwisely. Be mindful in what you do with this blade, with this clarity of understanding, this ability to draw boundaries, draw lines in the sand. So my hand is just doing a shape on so it's just gone over to the rainbow. So my hand was just sort of moving around, and now it's gone to the rainbow, linking the rainbow with the blade. So the rainbow will be the last card. I should probably zoom out so you can see it. And now gone to the heart of the sky, to water, to the ancient ones, to water, to the sweat lodge, to the blade, to the heart of the sky. Oh, interesting. Okay, where was I? Okay, I'll let them finish. Now gone to Athena, to her third eye, to the rainbow, I have these crystals here. I'm going to talk about them in part 3, and this is the image that I have that called to me about Mars. I've used it in previous Mars videos. It's a very powerful, and it's bringing in the volcano energy as well as this sense of the world may be burning for this, but it doesn't mean that you have to engage in it. You can observe and transmute that energy. Ooh, energetic release there. Okay, so where was I? The medicine. It's time to put down the sword and place it back in its scabbard. Do not offer your blade in service to toxic emotions. You will be faced with an even more disagreeable future with the people or situations you attempt to banish. Put the blade to rest until your inner fire has mellowed. Then use your blade with impeccable intention to cut the energetic cords that are tying you to the drama at hand. Set yourself free. So that's, giving some more wisdom about how to use the energy of cutting cords. I still feel that more that we do our own inner work rather than focusing on the outside world and our interactions, the more that just ripples out and helps us draw in the energy. And you'll also often notice like the people around you start to either fade away by themselves, like you don't necessarily hear from them as much as you used to, or if they are open to that frequency, are able to sort of absorb it and integrate it themselves. So water, the essence. Water symbolizes purification, regeneration, birth, revival, and cleansing. It signifies an evolutionary shift from the former self to the new self. Right, so there's loads of videos I really recommend, not because I want the views or the hours clocked up. I honestly, I don't care about that on a very fundamental level. Yes, it's interesting to see what people are engaging with, but the reason why I suggest them is because there's so much going on in the stars right now that is facilitating our evolutionary growth. We've got that spring equinox Aries new moon video. There are 2 Aries new moons happening. We've had the first one. We're clearing out so much stuff, so much karmic clearings happening. Venus is in Taurus, activating every single one of the eclipse points that happened last year. She is helping. Flowers are growing behind her as she walks along the path that the eclipses have bulldozed along with Uranus. She's smoothing it over and helping us understand with beauty and appreciation the changes that are happening. This second full new moon in Aries is a hybrid eclipse. The nodes will still be in Taurus and Scorpio. They won't move into Aries and Libra until July. So this is a real us being able to access quantum leaps and different dynamics and different timelines, different integrations and reincarnations, rebirthing of ourselves to tap into that very powerful energy. Right. Many myths around the world speak of a great flood, and the new life that is revealed after the deluge. Water begins without boundaries. Then, as soon as form has separated itself from water, it comes under the laws of time and life, thus acquiring limitations. We were birthed out of water. Water is such a powerful tool for us to use. The invitation: when water arrives, you're invited to watch your emotions. Know they are going to be changeable and do not settle on a conclusion at this time. If you feel joy, feel that fully. If you feel sad, allow sadness to move through you. Water invites you to see the ebb and flow of events and trust you can ride the wave of opportunity when it arises. Natural flow is here, go with it. The medicine. This is a time, well, actually, I'm going to just talk for a sec. So there's a technique called the havening technique, and I'm going to put it in the description box. So this is about how it's actually really healthy when you get triggered or when you're very much in your emotions. Make it really, really big. Allow that emotion to feel fully seen. Don't suppress it. Don't hide it. Doesn't mean that you have to act on it. Just give it space. Give it space. And then afterwards, like if it's a really triggering one and you want to change your neural pathways, the havening techniques, after making it really big, you then do rapid eye movement and then you count back, visualizing that you're walking somewhere for 20 steps. You do it again, you repeat that 3 times, and then you think about the thing that triggered you and then you see how you connect, and you're rewiring your brain that gets very much stuck in habits. So yeah, really good thing to do during this time when Mars can potentially kick off a lot, especially with all that stuff in Aries at the same time, which is squaring this Mars in Cancer. So again, that square can bring up conflict, drama, fights, frustration. This is a time for cleansing unwanted energy and sticky feelings. Consider, this is what I really felt after that bath, that heaviness, that weight that I was feeling that felt not mine. It felt not mine. And after the bath, it transformed. And, you know, cleansing yourself often has that effect, but this was something quite special. Consider what this does, what water does to the flesh. It does in a sacred ritual to the spirit. The spiritual cleansing, like baptism, is the opportunity to get an instantaneous experience of the timeless, non-ordinary reality in which all true creation takes place. Now is also a time that is pregnant with potential for you. Carl Jung talked about the material, womb-like significance of water as a universal symbol. You know, we are in the embryonic fluids in the womb. We are floating for the beginning of our existence. Womb-like significance of water. So water represents the potentiality of existence. It precedes and sustains every creation. Emergence from its manifestation, immersion in its dissolution of form. Because of this, it symbolizes regeneration. Make way for the progress. You can expect it to be messy, but worth it. Yeah, Mars in Cancer can be messy. But as long as you're aware, like, we can get so caught up in the subjective of the cosmic astro weather. And that's why I really love doing this. Why for me, astrology sort of changed my life in so many ways, because I was able to then sort of zoom out and not take it so personally. And the more you understand the transits, the more you realize that not only your responses, but the people around you, the things that are happening, are just a certain frequency of the astro weather. And when we observe and give space for it, and understand it, let it be seen, then it can transform in the same way that our energies and our repressed emotions do as well. I do recommend the Cancer full moon video. Yeah, I made some cream. I channeled some cream, body cream, face cream for that full moon. That was a really beautiful full moon. And I used that after the bath, and I honestly, every time I've used that cream, I've had energetic releases. It's been super powerful. But by watching that video, can really help you tap into that energy. I mean, it's still there, just, I guess, not even watching it. You could just think about that video, and then that energy can come towards you. My hand has just gone like a rainfall all the way along my body. Right, the rainbow. This is the final card. The essence. The rainbow symbolizes the 7 steps of a true spiritual path, which manifests as the colors of the 7 chakras. In the Himalayas, the rainbow body is seen as the full realization of our essence. The rainbow also represents the bridge between the physical and the spiritual worlds. At the end of our lives, we can journey across the rainbow bridge to the highest heavenly realms. When the rainbow appears, it is an affirmation that all is well and you are in right relationship with spirit. The invitation. The rainbow tells you that the end of the storm is near. Persevere and remember that it is the darkest just before the dawn. Do not give up hope. Things are about to take a positive turn. Listen for the morning rooster that announces the coming of dawn, even while the night is still darkest. You know, we're still dealing with working through those intense, dramatic, dark, hidden emotions that we may be working through there. That can be a lot. We can feel very overloaded in our energetic body. And the moon at night, you know, our dreams, I've noticed my dreams are really focused on the home and people. So I've got my moon in Aquarius, and so in this transit it's really good to look to where the moon is in your natal chart to see what other layers are going to come up. And I have the moon in Aquarius in my 7th house of intimate relationships, and all of my dreams with Mars being in so far that I can remember of Mars being in Cancer, it's been very much about the home, moving to a different home, being around people, yeah, just very intimate people in my life. and wanting to support them as well as feeling supported by them. Where was I? But do not claim victory yet or let your guard down fully. The medicine. Don't get caught in pursuit of the illusion of the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Find the treasure now, in the moment, by coming into right relationship with those around you. All gifts are at hand, so obvious that you may have missed them. Be true with your intentions and do not be led astray by daydreams. Yeah, this is just this sense of we can do work with our energy. Like, so the moon in Cancer, Mars in Cancer, that's our emotional body, our individual emotional body, very much linked into trauma. The more that we do energetic work, energetic movement, doing things linked into each of the chakras, clearing that energy, knowing that difficult things may come up, but when they do, we're able to transmute them and turn them into light. As I said before, the more that we get right with our own energetic field, the more that we can get right with the relationships that we have around us and how we then nurture ourselves and nurture others. So those are the main cards that came up for Mars's journey in Cancer. I am now going to be moving on to, is this going to stand up? I'm now going to be moving on to the 4 rising signs that I'm doing today. This is Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Sagittarius. So I hope you enjoyed, and looking forward to getting into these readings. Pisces rising. How you doing, Pisces? So as I said in the introduction, for those of you just tapping into the Pisces energy, the messages that come through and how the aspects talk to one another will still be relevant. They'll just apply to a different area of your life. For Pisces rising, you have this transit of Mars in Cancer happening in your 5th house, a fellow water sign. This is a trine, when this is an aspect of Jupiter to your 1st house or to your Pisces energy. This is Jupiter wants to bring elevation, expansion, inspiration, wisdom, cohesion. There's a sense of generosity. There's a sense of opportunities here. This is a cultivation of that watery element, helping, really, really help bring a lot of inspiration to you during this time. And you've just had that square with it moving through a Gemini, which may have felt a bit more present in the 3D world, a lot of maybe being able to do a lot of things, get a lot of things done, potential conflicts there, but as I always say, if those things come up, bear witness to them, let them move through you, understand what you want long term, and then shift that energy. But we're dealing with now Mars in Cancer. This is in your 5th house, Pisces rising. This is your house, your creation energy. This is the house of fun and amusement. This is the house of romance and short-term dating, compared to, say, the 7th house, which is more long-term, very intimate commitment. This is also the house of children, but I focus more on the creation energy because that represents all of those aspects combined in its very quintessential form. Creation doesn't, that creative space doesn't just have to be linked into art or music. It is absolutely anything that you do that comes from your deep internal creation spark energy. And the more that we get in touch with that, the more that we're able to move from a very flowing space, because it's that trine with your 1st house. And your 1st house is you, your body, your appearance. It's how you embody the sun or your moon in your actions, in your deeds. It's often how other people see you. Because we've got this trine with the 5th house of providing cohesion, wisdom, elevation, and a sense of opportunity and abundance, the more that we harness this creative energy, the more we are able to embody our true sense of self. I said in the introduction, but I will repeat again, check out where your moon sign is in your chart. This will add another layer to what's going on with Mars in Cancer, because Cancer is ruled by the moon. So this is dinging where your natal moon is. As I said in the intro, I've been having dreams linked into my 7th house where I have my moon. And it's definitely been a focus of, one of the focuses of Mars being in Cancer for me. So you know, that's Mars in Cancer. As I said, I would normally in these transit videos, I always look to the ruler of the sign that the transit's happening in, because what's going on with the ruler is having an impact and leveling up the sign that it rules. Cancer is ruled by the moon. The moon is very transitory. It's the fastest moving celestial body that we have in our solar system. And so it's moving very quickly through each of the signs. So there isn't a consistency. There's a fluctuation, there's a movement. The moon is going to be doing at least 2 laps around the zodiac. So this means this is going to be activating every part of your chart, this Mars transit. So it's going to be very changeable, very, there's a sense of, but also a lot of integration. The moon is the generator, and so it's generating our connection to all of these parts of our lives very quickly, bringing in integration on an emotional level. And Mars, our motivation, our drive, our passion, is getting all that feedback from the moon about how we embody and for you Pisces, how do you embody and take action with your creative energy? I love this for you. I love this for you, Pisces. This is great. I will be talking about where the moon is for each of the transits, but just know that this is a very changeable energy here. But because we're dealing with a Mars transit, we look to where the signs that Mars rules, because what's going on with Mars in Cancer is going to be impacting and leveling up Aries and Scorpio. You have Aries in your second house of your values. This is your resources. This is how you make your money. This is how you manifest. This is the things that you care about and put value into. It's also how you value yourself. It's a very important house to get into line. The more that we value ourselves, the more we are able to manifest from a very powerful, authentic space. We've got a lot of stuff going on in Aries at the moment for everybody. You're being regenerated, a lot of vitality in that area of your life. I'm loving this for you, Pisces. This is a very potent time. It's a potent time for us all. And so what's going on with Mars and connecting on an embodied emotional space of your motivation, your drive, your passion to what are you defending? What creative energy are you defending and protecting? Again, we know it is the house of children, so it can be linked into your relationship with maternal figures, or you are the maternal figure, and you're cultivating your relationship with your children. Also, we give birth to our creative endeavors, so they are also very much our children. We also look to where Scorpio is, and this is another water sign. So this is in your 9th house of your big picture philosophies, your perspectives. This is how we map out the world, the universe, and our place in it. This can be linked into your moral way of looking at the world, your philosophies, your link into spirituality, to God, however you want to phrase it, whatever you want to think about it. It's the bigger, higher perspectives. It's the more expanded concepts rather than the details. Of how you want to walk in the world and how you want the world to be. We also linked into higher education, but that's in terms of mastering something in order to get a broader perspective, a stronger perspective, and then sharing that perspective. It's also linked into teaching with others, foreign travel, but this is about moving somewhere that is unfamiliar to you. So it's a culture, an environment, a landscape that is unfamiliar to you, because the more that we interact in those spaces and immerse ourselves in them, the more we broaden our perspectives. So these 2 areas of your life, how you value yourself, how you manifest, and your big picture philosophies is getting a level up by you really harnessing your creative energy, Pisces. I love this with Saturn in your sign as well, with Neptune. I will talk more about that later on. Anyway, so that's the sort of general energy for Pisces during this time. So I'm going to be shuffling while I talk about the aspects, and then we're going to see where these cards want to go. As I said, there's going to be 8 piles. The first pile is going to be sort of what we've learned from Mars being in Gemini. The second pile is going to be Mars in Cancer. And then we're going to have 5 aspects, and then a final pile that's, it's not the end of Mars's journey. I'm going to be doing a separate video on the second half of Mars's journey through Cancer, but it's going to be these sort of energies that you've been cultivating and working on that are flourishing, moving forward. So the first aspect, this is happening on the 30th of March. This is when Saturn will be at 2 degrees of Pisces in your sign. trining Mars at 2 degrees of Cancer in your creative energy. I love this. Your long-term legacy, your authority of how you embody yourself with responsibility and maturity, Saturn in the first house, combining with the motivation and drive and passion that you want to instill in your creative energy. And how, I really talk a lot about the maturity of our emotional space, what it is that you want to defend for the long term, how do you want to cultivate that so your actions moving forward are in line. We're also dealing with the moon, very much tapping into our intuition here and the power that you have with that, Pisces, so there is a lot of support with this trine. Again, trines are an aspect of Jupiter wanting to elevate, bring wisdom, opportunities, abundance. There is a flow here, there is an ease here with trines and sextiles, and just a lot of opportunities may come up to sort of help Mars tell Saturn what the journey wants to be for you from on that basis, but also Saturn saying, hey, here's a boost of maturity, here's a boost of responsibility, feeding that into the first main aspect, that one of the first main aspects that Mars is making in its 2-month journey of like, right, buddy, we're working together for the long-term motivational legacy of all of us, really, because we've all got that trine in our chart, just in different areas. On the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live, Mars in Cancer at 5 degrees is going to be sextiling the North Node in Taurus. For you, this is in your 3rd house of your communication. We've had eclipses here. Venus is still here. She's helping, it's communication and your local community, the things you do on a regular basis. It's traditionally the house of the goddess. And this is where we bring those big picture philosophies, which I talked about with Scorpio, into our day-to-day practice, really bringing meaning and care and mindfulness into the things that we do on a tangible, pleasurable sense, because we are dealing with Taurus here, which is ruled by Venus. And so with this sextile to the North Node and Mars, how you communicate, what it is that you want from your local community, how you want to be in your day-to-day, and how that manifests, all that wisdom and information that we've been learning with the North Node in Taurus through this sextile, an aspect of Venus, which is beauty, appreciation, love, connection, relationships, creativity, harmony, all of that information in a harmonious, easy, inspirational way is feeding into Mars at the beginning of its journey, moving through your creative energy. At the same time, Mars is trining the South Node at 5 degrees of Scorpio. Now, Mars rules Scorpio, so the fact that it's making aspects to the nodes, and it rules one of the signs that the nodes have been in, is important in the same way that Venus moving through Taurus is very important for us all, because it's having the energies that the ruler has is really feeding and instigating the change and growth that we're moving through. You've had the South Node moving through your 9th house, where you've been refining, purifying, distilling, letting go of perspectives that don't serve you, but like really harnessing through intensity of that distillation process of your big picture perspectives. Maybe you've been doing some work and some learning where you're mastering, like you're really focusing and purifying your ideas around that. And that's a trine aspect, as I said, the same element. So sharing inspiration, sharing resources, sharing this desire to have coherence and understanding and wisdom with everything that you've been learning with that South Node in Scorpio. The moon is going to be in Libra at this time. And so Libra is in your 8th house of shared resources. This is the outside world resources opposing that 2nd house where you've got Aries. So of your resources. This is about sharing your time, your money, your things, anything, cosmic energy, intimacy. When we're, the reason why I can understand why the modern astrologers link the 8th house into intimacy, not because it's ruled by Scorpio, but because when we are intimate, we are sharing a part of ourselves, and that dynamic of then receiving that back can lead to all sorts of wonderful things, but also things that may cause us a bit of trauma and a bit of struggle. You know, having the 8th house in balance is all of it in balance, really. I don't know why I specialize with each of the houses. All of it integrated would be amazing. It's certainly my journey that I'm doing. But anyway, shared resources. This can be mortgages, loans, you know, dealing with big contracts in the outside world. It's also inheritance. That can be 3D inheritance, cosmic inheritance, and also your give and take with the outside world, with the universe. And the moon here in Libra, and this is a day or two, depending on where you live, before, actually no, this is a couple of hours before that full moon in Libra, when this exactly happens. So like this culmination period of that full moon on the 6th, which is happening very early in the morning. So it might be the 5th or the 6th, depending on where you live. Anyway, ignore that. Well, don't ignore it, but ignore me trying to work something out. The moon in Libra, just before the full moon, is going to be sending energy to Mars, saying, what do you need from the give and take of the outside world or the universe? How you want to get those unmet needs met. Highlighting a culmination of your journey of really getting into balance with the give and take that you have with the outside world. So it facilitates you and your creation energy with everything that you've been learning, because, you know, we're dealing with the moon and the nodes. The nodes are linked into the moon. So we've got not only weight with Mars and Scorpio, but we've got weight with, because we're dealing with the moon here in Cancer, having an impact on that nodal journey. So again, a sense of nourishment perhaps coming through, particularly just before this full moon for you in that 8th house of the outside world, just perhaps rebalancing, maybe where you felt like you've given and you haven't received. We've also got the Sun and conjunct Chiron in Aries, your 2nd house of your value system. I love this because, as I talk about, the more that we focus on our inner work, the more we stop seeking things from the outside world, the more that we cultivate it within, the more the universe sort of vibrates and gives back to us. That getting into balance, perhaps the pain that you may have felt in that give and take, that's affected your philosophies, affected how you communicate, that, you know, Taurus rules the throat, affected how you look at your local community. The more you sort of allow to nourish your own needs in a very deep sense, as I said, the more that opens up, and particularly because of that Sun conjunct Chiron in Aries, of your values and how you value yourself and how you make your money and how you manifest. I love this. I'm loving this. Okay, so following this, on the 6th or 5th, I should double check, I thought I had, of April, we're going to have a full moon in Libra. I am going to be doing a separate video on that. And I'll be pulling cards as well for all the 12 signs. So maybe go check that out when that comes out. See how those cards relate to the journey that I'm talking about now. And maybe come back and revisit and rewatch the 2nd half of these aspects to sort of get a more wider understanding about what's going on. I've also pulled cards for the Sun conjunct Chiron in the Sun transit. So those are available to you all if you choose to watch it. On the 7th or 8th, so not long after this full moon, we have Mars sextiling Mercury. Mercury's now in Taurus. This will be at 6 degrees Taurus and 6 degrees of Cancer. Don't worry, I put all of this in the description box, so you can go and look at it. Rather, I appreciate it's a lot of information and can get very overwhelming, so it might be good to put it in your journal and see what's going on and make a note of it so you can understand your own astrological journey. So, sextile with Mercury in Taurus, how you communicate, your local community, with your creation energy. How do you communicate with your tangible body, and what brings you pleasure, and how that has an impact on the actions that you take in the creative modes of your life, and how you have fun, the things that you want to do, your connection with your children, whether they be a creative outlet or actual physical children. And the moon will be in Scorpio, trining Mars in Cancer and opposing Mercury in Taurus. So again, we're dealing with the moon here in Scorpio, where the nodes are. And this isn't very far away from the nodes, this aspect. So we're dealing with the nodes at 5 degrees, and now we're dealing with Mercury not very long after at 6 degrees, and the moon being there as well, activating our emotional needs when it comes to your big picture philosophies, really being able to connect on a very deep emotional level, a social level, about what it is that you care about, how you nourish those ideas, how you nourish your perspectives, how you nourish your philosophies, and that's all feeding into Mars in Cancer of your creative energy. So a great time to sort of communicate via your body by taking action of doing some pleasurable things in a creative sense, and that can manifest in however you want that. It's as I said, it's not limited to like art or music and the very sort of stereotypical views that we have of creativity. And being able to tap into your intuition in Scorpio about, it is the house of the gods, of being able to tap into the inspiration from the divine, from creator, from the universe, from nature, from space, however you want to phrase it. That's still an amazing potentiality of a vibrational level to tap into with your moon and take action via communicating. At the same time, we're going to have a conjunction between Juno, the asteroid, linked into commitment, what you're going to stand by in the long term, with Uranus in Taurus. Again, that's the sign of your communication and your local community. How are you going to commit to your unique voice, your unique authenticity, rather than worry about what the local community thinks, and really apply that into an embodied sense of the actions that you're taking in your day-to-day. And so we've also got another big thing happening. Venus will be sextiling Neptune. This is the final main aspect she's making in Taurus. I've pulled cards for this already. Do go check that out if you feel so inclined. But I just wanted to let you know that this energy is around again in that Taurus area of your life, which sextiles your Pisces energy. So again, an aspect of Venus bringing about harmony, creativity. You've got a lot of creativity going on with all this earth and water Pisces. And so Venus is helping you dream big, with that connection to Neptune, being able to be idealistic with a sense of reality, because she is in Taurus and a fixed earth sign. It's very slow and steady wins the race with that one. And really getting you in touch with your tangible sense of the idealism of who you are and how you embody yourself in the way that you communicate and the things that you love and you care about and appreciate. All while Mars in your creative energy, which will be, it won't be sextiling by degree, but by sign it will be sextiling what's going on with Venus, because she's right at the end degrees of Taurus, as is Neptune. All the while Mars is being embodied sense of that creativity and that ability to feel in your senses what moves you on a creative basis, with that Mercury being in Taurus. So following this, a bit while later, on the 20th of April, we're going to have that second new moon that I talked about in the introduction in Aries. For those of you who didn't watch the introduction, essentially this is a hybrid eclipse. This is the second new moon of Aries, where essentially we're clearing out a lot of stuff now, and then when we get to that second one, it's a reboot in a different frequency. I just had an energetic shake happen. I will be doing a video for that and pulling cards for all 12 signs. So when that comes out, do go check that out if you are interested. 3 or 4 days later, depending on where you live, on the 23rd or the 24th of April, we're going to have another sextile with Mercury, but this time Mercury is going to be retrograde. And I think it went retrograde about 12 hours before this aspect. So right at the beginning of Mercury's retrograde at 15 degrees of Taurus and Cancer respectively. We are having Mars and everything that it's been learning about your creative energy, feed that into Mercury about retrogrades. I love them. It's a sense of revision, revising. You get a do-over. You get to really finesse what it is that you're doing, and really get it more in line with what you need long term, rather than say like jumping into something too quickly and just rushing away with it. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that works, but these retrogrades really help us work through some of those things that the universe is saying, no, not quite in that way. We've got another pathway for you. And so Mars is feeding that into Mercury's journey right at the beginning of you working over, revisiting how it is that you communicate, how it is that you feel about the way that you communicate. My hand has just gone over my heart chakra, and how that impacts on what you do in your local community and what you do for yourself. And again, it's also the house of starting something new, the third house, like starting learning something new. So I really like that we've got a retrograde here of really helping us have a fresh new way of looking at things. The moon and Venus, so Venus ruling Taurus, affecting Mercury, and the moon ruling where Mars is, they're both in Gemini. So they're having a chat to both of these both of these easy for me to say, these avatars of energies. And Gemini for you is in your fourth house of home. Your roots, your foundations, your ancestors, your parents. It's the roof over your head. It's the place that feels like home. It's your intimate part of who you are, the things that you do in your private life, in your intimate space. We've got Venus and the moon there, really embodying our emotional needs and connecting in a beautiful, harmonious way in our home. After that 8 months? August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. Yep. 8 months of Mars being there. We've now got some beautiful energy coming through, feeding into that home life, that space of doing some really beautiful, intuitive, creative things. Right at the beginning of this retrograde, you might then go over and revisit them and work on them. It's all part of the process of really enjoying this journey of this retrograde that we're going to have. At the same time, the sun has now moved into Taurus. So your house of communication is getting some illumination, some divine wisdom, some inspiration, this ability to act and take action very clearly. I'll be doing a sun transit in Taurus, as well as the Mercury one. This will be sextiling Saturn in your sign. The early degrees of, I think it's 4 degrees that the sun will be at and Saturn will be at, of those respective signs. Again, this is a sextile. This is bringing in harmony, connection, desire, creativity of that sense of communication, that embodiment in your day-to-day, feeding into your first house of that long-term authority that you're learning to have with yourself. That's going to so the sun is just sending a boatload of information and inspiration over to Saturn, and Saturn's feedbacking that loop back into the sun, and of, okay, I appreciate what you're saying in the moment, but what are we doing long term? So that's happening at that time. There's a lot going on. I think that's it. The final aspect that I'm pulling cards for is the 27th of April. This is the first square that we've got. So we've been dealing with trines and sextiles for most of this journey. And now we've got the first square, and it's with Chiron in Aries at 17 degrees of the signs respectively. Chiron's been moving through Aries for a while, with all this support from, Jupiter's still going to be there, with all the support from Venus, Jupiter, the Mercury, the Sun, of helping us understand those wounds. You've got this in the second house of your value system, your resources, of really perhaps not feeling seen, not seeing yourself, not seeing your own manifestation power. The wisdom that we've been learning with this Chiron transit is really helping understand. We're turning Chiron from the wounded, from the having wounds, to being a wounded, being able to teach these things, being able to heal through these things, teach ourselves and understand ourselves. And so this square, this again aspect, can bring up drama, conflict, frustration. But I always say, check these things. Be aware that what's coming up is to show you things that you may not have been looking at and not seen clearly. Can also use this energy as friction to be able to, that emotional connection that we have with motivation to take action that we have with Mars in Cancer, and your creative energy of funneling all that creative energy that you have, that you've been cultivating it, and Mars sending it all to Chiron in your value system and going, no, revamp, redo. We are changing the script. At the same time, the moon is in Leo, and you have Leo in your 6th house of work, health and routines. So the moon is really impacting this conversation, particularly because we're dealing with Aries, which is ruled by Mars. So the moon in Leo is getting you to understand how it is that you work, how you emotionally connect to your work, how you emotionally connect to your health, and the routines that we need in order to establish healthy spaces with work and health. So we are enjoying enjoying this, and being able to utilize the momentum that we get from this. I love this, that this is feeding into, because that's also trining. The moon in Leo will be trining that Aries energy, bringing about inspiration, cohesion, and wisdom, that you're getting your creative energy, your work house, and your value house, how you make your money, combined together. So really interesting things could come out around this time. I'm looking forward to seeing what cards come up about how to utilize that energy, because I can see that being a productive time, a healing time, but also, you know, really getting you in balance. It's so funny, this was the card that jumped when I was talking about imbalance. And this is, yeah, traditionally, like, you can't think when you're in this space because you're too busy juggling all these things. That clearing the decks with that, clearing the space with that, so you're able to think with clarity about your own divine spark. Nice. Okay, I'm going to shuffle for a little bit. Sometimes the energies let me know when they're done, sometimes they don't. Got the Wheel of Fortune at the bottom of the deck. Whoa, that was some heavy energy I just got off that Wheel of Fortune. Just had an energetic release. Whoa. Whoa, power up. Just got to power up with that one. Apologies, Pisces, if the shots changed a little bit. I had to pause and then I ended up knocking something over, which, yeah, nearly sent everything flying. Right, let's see where these cards all want to go. I'm going to move that out of the way. And, yeah, let's see what's going on. So, we want So let's get these lined up for you, so you got a good visual The way I have my camera means that it's a bit on the wonk. In terms of, yeah, it's a different angle to how I'm I'm looking at it. Face on. So very powerful energy coming through, Pisces, because all but one of the piles has a major arcana crowning it. So big changes again, and not surprising with the sextile, sorry, the trine to what's going on in Pisces and having Saturn there. There's been a lot of karmic clearing going on. I meant to say that in the introduction. I think I did actually. Yeah, I think I did. Right. So we have for Mars's journey through I keep saying that. Mars's journey through Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury. We've got the Five of Pentacles, the Two of Swords, and the Justice card. So the Five of Pentacles, so this was in your fourth house of your home, your roots, your foundations, your private life, your parents, feeling not supported, feeling left out in the cold, fear, just this sense of lack, this sense of not feeling comfortable in your own home, not feeling nourished in this space that is supposed to hold you. And then we have the Two of Swords. So I should imagine, this is about being two opposing forces, having equal weight, sort of pushing against you, that you are in this state of pause and unable to make a decision. There was a need for just this stillness. And with Mars moving through there, Gemini is the duality of perhaps some conflicts, some stress, some dramas come up that just felt very like you were being pulled in so many different directions that it kind of felt like you were not in motion. And then we've got the Justice card for Mars, the culmination of the journey, and Mars, of what Mars has helped bring into your life in that area of your life, which is your home. We've got justice, we've got balance, we've got things, rights being wronged, inequality being brought to justice, and a sense of compassion and empathy that is now in the home space. It's a Libra card as well, and that's about shared resources, the give and take in your relationships, perhaps being out of balance and feeling very, you've got that Five of Pentacles of feeling that lack, feeling not supported, that and feeling very just is the energy that I'm getting from that. But that's all been there's a clarity now, there's a sense of things, it's got the scales here, the scales do represent Libra, but of things being brought back into balance. We have, for Mars moving through Cancer, we've got the Devil in reverse, the King of Wands, and the Hierophant. So what I'm getting from this is using your creative energy. Like, there's a lot of power with the Devil card. Also with the fifth house, this can be fun and enjoyment, and addictions can come up in that area, where our unmet needs manifest in our need to escape, our need to treat ourselves in an imbalanced way. And it feels like this is helping you process whatever. I mean, we're the human race. All of us are addicted in so many different ways. It's not just the stereotypical things when we think about addiction, when we zoom to extremes. But it feels like this is a turning inward and transmuting that energy for, because we've got the King of Wands following that, which I love. The King of Wands is being in your own creative power, having a sense of authority and surety and understanding that you have what you need in order to create. Wands is a very passionate, creative sense of adventure, sense of movement, sense of spark coming through with that king. The kings, it's not the page or the knight. The king knows what they're doing. They're very in command of their own, as I said, their own creative force. And then we have the Hierophant as sort of the energy of Mars moving throughout Cancer, of really, the Hierophant is linked into like learning and figuring things out on a spiritual basis. It's linked into sort of book spirituality and the traditions and society and communities that are linked around that. But I'm very much in my old deck, it was called the Guru card. And the Hierophant is very much being aware that you don't necessarily need to seek that inspiration and that understanding, that creative force that is part of the creation energy that is in the universe. You don't need to seek it outward. It is inward. You have there's also a sense of authority with the Hierophant. Again, tapping on with that King of Wands of you're now able to. So the Hierophant is also about communicating to others, but it's more, I feel like you're able to externalize. That creative energy. We have four. Are they going to move them around? They do have a habit of moving these around. Just had an energetic release then. So we have with the trine with Saturn that's happening on the 30th of March. Sorry if the cards are shaking. My my right leg is shaking right now. We have for the trine with Saturn, that's in your first house and your fifth house of your creation energy. The Page of Swords, particularly in this deck, is, it's questioning things, constantly feeling like you've got to look over your shoulder. There isn't a sense of, there's just a real unease with this Page of Swords in this deck. So that's the kind of messages that have been coming through, that you might not necessarily trusting in yourself, trusting in your thoughts, in your own space. Being able to put these ideas that you have into practice without feeling like you're looking over your shoulder, like you're having to question things quite a lot. There's a sense of unease there. And this is all shifting gear with the Chariot. This is the Cancer card. And this is about being in your own dominion, having a sense of authority and balance in order to move forward. I think it's also called there's a victory card. It's very fast moving. There's a sense of speed here. I very much get the vibe of Mars in Cancer with the Chariot card, because Mars is linked into movement, to motivation, to drive, to moving forward in the world. That there's a real shift of gear from this page, this unease, this nervousness, to having a real authority. So this figure doesn't have, there aren't any reins linking it to the sphinxes that are driving it forward. We've got the day and the night, the yin and the yang coming forward, of harmonizing these things, of not needing to control, and through that release, that surrender of your own authority. It's got all the stars, it's got lots of astrological symbols and the moon, of really knowing your environment, knowing your who you are and how you express yourself creatively, and being able to move forward. Like, this doesn't mean that things aren't going to be difficult with the Chariot card. It's about being very resilient to weather any storm, but I'm really getting this sense of a shift in gear, a very fast moving long-term legacy space with how you operate with your creative energy, and moving away from that unease, that nervousness of that Page of Swords, that you're not having to second guess yourself. You're not having to question what other people may think, or whether they're going to criticize or gossip behind your back. Like, there's this real certainty and surety that we have with the Chariot card. So for the sextile on the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live, this is Mars sextiling the North Node in your way of communicating, and the house of the goddess, of what you do on a day-to-day basis, trining the North Node of your big picture philosophies. So this is everything that you've been learning, again, with the moon in Libra in your 8th house of shared resources. So we've got this sense of, there's competition with this, but for me, I always get like chaos energy with this one, because no one's really, like, it can be playful and it can be fun, but nothing's really coming through, nothing's really being able to express itself properly. Like, you're all too busy, like constantly having to overanalyze the situation. Imagine if you were in here and you've got all these different people, all these different staffs, you don't know which direction one's going to come. Like, you're in survival mode right now, of not being able to prioritize any particular creative outlook. You know, we're dealing with wands, which is very inspirational, very creative, very there's a lot of passion there, and it's saying that you've got a lot of passion. It just might be that you've been spreading that out because of other things that have been going on that have meant that you can't allow one to blossom. We've also got the 3 of Swords. So again, this is like dealing with your big picture philosophies and how you communicate the things you do on a day-to-day basis. Like, you're having to work through this energy that you've been working, that has got in the way of you being able to open up and have the space to be authentically you, with your voice and how you communicate your perspectives of the world and the universe. Got the 3 of Swords. This is heartbreak. This is betrayal. This is pain. But it's such a powerful energy. We've all been through this. It doesn't just have to be about romance. It could be, because we're dealing with the 5th house. But it can be anything that's meant that our heart sort of gets closed off. Our heart is dealing with pain. When we're in pain and when we're tired, we get very short with ourselves. We get short with the people around us. Our thoughts, things that we thought we've worked on, crop up and keep cropping up and feed into that feedback loop of this chaos and this pain energy that's coming through. Of the journey that you've been on with those eclipses, of clearing out this energy. When we tend to our heart, I recommend checking out the Leo video, the Leo full moon video. This card was really powerful energy for that full moon, and a lot of themes came up in that about how to work through that energy. But you know, you're getting a sense of renewal here. Mars is being renewed, your creative energy is being renewed. Didn't you have the King? Yeah, you got the King for like the whole journey, and I like how at the beginning you got the Page. So you're rediscovering your creative energy, you're rediscovering the vitality, the sense of adventure, the sense of wanting to explore and wanting to start afresh, because the Page is linked into like apprenticeship and learning something new, but it doesn't have to be something entirely fresh and new. It's just a new way of looking at an old way of doing things. My hands have just gone over my heart chakra. Again, we're dealing with the 5th house. That can link into romance, of having a fresh way of looking at that dynamic and being able to clear out pain linked into your heart and feeling like perhaps your relationships didn't quite get anywhere. You know, I don't usually, only when I'm dealing with the 5th or the 7th do I sort of bring this energy in, but I don't like to limit people by saying that's the only message that's coming through, because as I said in the introduction, the more we do the inner work, the more everything shifts and changes. Okay, so on this, you know, we're then going to have the full moon in Libra, which is a culmination of your one-to-one, your how you share resources, highlighting anything that you may need to let go of and move past. And following that, a day or so later, Mars is going to be sextiling Mercury in Taurus, how you communicate, how you embody yourself in your day-to-day. And we've got the 10 of Wands and the 4 of Cups and the Death card, right? So I love this combination because it's feeling very overburdened by the weight of the pain that you may have felt, of feeling that you're carrying a lot on your shoulders that isn't, you don't feel like it's getting you anywhere. You're unable to see the sky, you're unable to look up because you just feel so swamped. That because we're dealing with Mercury and that felt body sense of Taurus, of your body may have been very overloaded with emotional responses, that this is a time for clearing that. And we've also got with the 4 of Cups, which is, I always say, comparison is the thief of joy. It's this being in this stagnant state of lack, seeing what's happening in the outside world with others, thinking that it is not yours to obtain, and like shaming yourself for not being wherever anybody is at. But just generally this state of lack, of feeling like you can't move forward, you aren't in this state of abundance. But the Ace of Cups is coming through to renew all of that. And we're getting this with the Death card, which is about letting go and transferring and releasing the things that have caused burden, the things that have caused lack. And Mercury and Mars talking to each other with the moon in Scorpio about your big picture philosophies of really being able to release ideas and limiting constructs in that 9th house area of your life. Because, you know, Mars and the moon, with the moon being in Scorpio, they're in mutual reception, so there's a real strength going on right now, of really helping surrender and release as I said, these emotional connections that we've had to those feelings of lack and feeling overburdened. At the same time, Venus will be sextiling Neptune in your 1st house of how you look at yourself, really getting you in touch with your voice and how to express that in an embodied, idealistic sense with that sextile. And that's the Juno Uranus conjunction at 15 degrees. Which is about a commitment to your authentic voice. And then we're going to have on the 20th that 2nd new moon in Aries. And the next aspect is on the 23rd or the 24th of April. And this is again when Mars is going to be sextiling Mercury, but this time Mercury's retrograde. Interestingly, at those 15 degrees, which is where Juno and sorry, I just had to pause for a second. Where was I? Yeah, so Juno would have been at that 15 degrees when Mercury was direct, and now Mercury's going to be at that 15 degrees, that commitment space. What are you committing to? And interesting, so Mercury would have gone retrograde about 12 hours before at 15 degrees. And so this is on that Juno point, of commitment, of long-term, how you're going to communicate, and what's important to you. And so that's when Mercury is retrograde. This is the energy that Mars is feeding, is the way they're communicating to one another. And that's the same time as when the moon and Venus are going to be in Gemini. So they're having an impact in your home life and affecting your creative energy. And so I said, like, maybe a good time to do, I think this is all a great time to start getting really creative, Pisces, that we've got the Ace of Swords and the moon, and we're tapping into the moon and the actions that you're taking. This is your card, in terms of what kind of being really motivated to do some creative projects at the time, and by being in that receptive state, but also you know, Venus in Gemini in your home, she's now in a day sign. She's wanting you to take action, wanting you to be creative, and that energy's feeding into the Mercury retrograde because Venus rules Taurus. So being in your intuitive, sensitive, beautiful, creative self, new ideas are coming through. That there's a fresh new start. Even though we're dealing with a retrograde, you're able to look at concepts in a different way, in a fresh new way, linked into that creative spark that you have. At the same time, the sun is sextiling Saturn. So the sun's now in Taurus, about how you communicate, how you're embodying that stuff. So really getting a feeling of being able to cut through illusions, as well as really heightening that sense of intuition. You know, those illusions that sun's moving through there, illuminating your voice, illuminating your ability to communicate and embody that in your day-to-day. The final aspect we've got the Three of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles. Oh, sorry, how could I forget the Fool? Had such an intense response mechanism to the Fool after, what was it? After absorbing the energy of the Wheel of Fortune. That was quite something. So we've got the Fool, the Three of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles, and the Emperor. And this is for the square with Chiron. Very powerful energy coming through with that square, a new lease of life, of looking at your creative endeavors, and moving. Three of Pentacles is about collaboration, but mastery of knowing your worth and drawing in the vibrational level if you want to collaborate with other people, or collaborating with yourself and all those different talents that you have, that you're cultivating. And we've also got the Ten of Pentacles. What's going on at this process of this change, of this square, of things coming into force, is looking to long-term legacy in the 3D realm. And then we've got the Emperor, of really being in command of your value system, because we're dealing with what's going on with Mars is affecting the second house of where Aries is, where Chiron is, of really knowing your own authority, really knowing the strength in which you have in order to command your inner sovereignty, your inner divinity. And there's a real there's a certainty. And I like how we've got both the Emperor and the Empress here, and the moon is also in Leo. So being able to be so, you know, this is the King of Kings, like really being the adult in the room when it comes to your work ethic, how you take care of your health, and the routines that you're able to establish. Like, you know, I guess the Three of Pentacles could represent those areas of your life, your work, your health, your routines, and being able to really get them all together in order to create this long-term legacy and a sense of authority here, of knowing who you are. You know, the Emperor card is the Aries card. How these energies are sort of culminating with this part of the journey and cultivating and moving forward. We've got the Wheel of Fortune, the King of Cups, and the Empress. So the Wheel of Fortune, a Jupiter card, changes circumstances, things shifting and moving upwards. The King of Cups being in like the King of Cups is very grounded in their emotional space. They use those emotions, the talent that you can have, that creativity, that inspiration, that magic of being able to utilize that emotional transfer that you have with your intuition, of being able to create, especially with the Empress, of there's a sense of fertility, productivity, really enjoying the 3D realm, being very in command of it, and being able to have that space of abundance in the creative area of your life, your creation spark. This is all squaring that Aries energy of the spark of life, and I love this for you, Pisces. Such a strong card to end on. I'm so intrigued to see when I do the second series there for Mars in the second part of its journey, to see what comes up for everybody. Right, I'm going to be pulling some clarification cards. This can either confirm some of the messages that have come through, or provide other messages that might have missed in the tarot. Right, this is the numerology deck. I put all the decks in the description box if any of them take your fancy. Right, so let's see what wants to come through for Pisces. Okay, my whole body was sort of slouching over, going up, slouching over, going up, slouching over, and now I have a very tall spine. yeah, really, because all of this is trining Saturn by sign, not necessarily exact degree, but surrender. Yeah, a good time to tap into those emotional, your emotional body, and do some healing work with that. Just had an energetic release. Like just doing some movement with, you know, it's a yin and night sign, Cancer. Like doing some very slow, energetic movement with the body, allowing it to release. Breath work can be a really good thing. Yin yoga, as I said in the introduction, some baths. And when I pause the video, so my stomach rumbles, and this happened in my old career, when I'm talking as if to an audience. I know you're not here physically, but energetically you are. And my stomach would always rumble. It's nothing to do with me being hungry. It was doing it while I was pausing for a moment. And I started talking to it. I was like, I don't understand what this is about. Tell me your story, basically. You know, the moon is very much linked into storytelling, our embodied sense of storytelling. And I did some energetic work with that, with my digestive system. And it really made me think that would be a great thing to say in the next introduction. But I'm saying it here because it's coming up with this 5th house, your creation energy, your emotional body, and with the devil card linking into addiction, and just stuck energy in the body, the power the body has. You know, it's Capricorn energy. I can't wait to do the Pluto video, because I'm going to talk about Pluto and Capricorn as well. When we hold space for these things, we don't even have to consciously know what's going on. We don't have to know, but just giving space to it, letting it speak its story. You may hear it, Pisces. You're very, very magical beings, and connecting to it and letting it move through you, which is, you know, you've got that surrender card, of not necessarily needing to understand, not necessarily needing to take action, but like just holding space. And my stomach hasn't rumbled since. We'll see. We'll see. But I really wanted to mention that, because you can do a lot of energetic work with the body during this time, because it's Mars with the moon in Cancer. Your emotional needs, your home, your body is your home. Nothing's coming out. Let's do, this is the First Light Tarot. This is a mixture. The amount of repeat cards, and I clear the decks every time, the amount of repeat cards that are coming up in readings at the moment is intense. So you've got the Empress, development, growth, abundance, productivity. You've got the Empress with the Empress. Whoa, I'm just having a interesting body response, like a sinking, but it's not a bad sinking, it's a stillness. You know, Venus is in Taurus at the moment. She will be in Gemini. But while they're both in yin night signs, there is a slowing. There is an ease. There is a weight. You know, water and earth are ruled by gravity, compared to fire and air, which there's a lot more speed there. But sometimes we need to slow down. We need to get in touch with our emotional body. Soul, identity, family. Okay. Shift, a change is going to come, guys. Getting you in link with your soul identity and your soul family. Had an energetic release. Perhaps through this journey, as I talked about a lot in the introduction, the more we do the inner work and understand ourselves and release those emotional stuck energies, the more we draw people towards us that link into our soul's purpose and our soul family. Ooh. My hand is sort of moving up and down and all around the chakra system. It's focused at the third eye now. What's this one? No, I didn't want that one. Power, understanding reality. Yeah, let's be real with us. Let's be real with ourselves, as well as, you know, as I said, fantasy, being real, and holding compassion. These three things, when brought together, have a lot of power. Children, lessons. Okay, so we've also, our inner child is in the 5th house. And I don't know why I didn't make this connection before. Thank you, cards, for bringing it out. Especially linked into that devil card. So a lot of our trauma responses and our addictions, sorry, they're just sort of tapping the deck over my heart chakra. A lot of our trauma, most of our trauma responses, let's be real, I know they try and say otherwise, but that's just not the case, come from neglect, come from issues that we've had as children, the spells that have been put around us. And love that that's coming up and that's being cleared. Thank you, Pisces, for doing that for us. Yeah, and it's all relative to the child as well. Like, someone can have a life that you think is fine, and we're between the ages 0 to 7, we're running around in subconscious mode. We're basically in, is it theta or alpha brainwave, where you're in that state of hypnosis and meditation, where you're really easily programmable. So somebody can say something to you like, oh, I don't like the way that you draw, and that's just their opinion, but you take it so personally. Or say your parents split up at a really young age, when you're really young, you may associate the parent that's left as it being your fault and that you aren't worthy, and that leads to abandonment issues, which then leads to addiction. Well, not always, but a lot of the time. So we're very much in subjective mode when we're children. So the smallest of things to the biggest of things can have a fundamental impact on the programming that we're getting during 0 to 7. And I always find it so weird when you look into your birth chart and it's like, it's all there. You're like, oh, okay, I signed up for this. Cool beans. And Pisces, oh man, like there is, you know, addiction linked into Pisces, and this is because you're the collective unconscious. You're tapping into all of that. It can be very overwhelming, and like a lot of stuff that isn't yours feels like it's yours. I mean, we all get that in various levels, but yeah, the water signs, man, like, I love you, you're so powerful, but I really am aware of like the work that you do for all of us. Just had an energetic release of that. Got the health card, Sun in Virgo. So nice. And that was the final aspect that I talked about, with the moon being in Leo, impacting that Chiron healing with Mars and your creativity, of really getting you in line with, you know, looking after yourself, nourishing you. Not everybody else around you, nourishing you. Give from your saucer, guys. Give from your saucer. Oh, this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Love this card. Love just looking at the cards. I haven't even, it's new. I've had it for a little while. But I haven't read the book really. I get a lot from this I don't often read a lot of books, to be honest. I buy books and they sit around, But so that's the originality. Sorry, kind of jumped to that. And it's gone over that chariot, the chariot which was linked into Saturn being in your first house, of getting in authority with yourself. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, what are they wanting to do now? The First Light Tarot. Yeah, I always kind of feel with all the books that I have that I never really get around to reading, that I'm just like through osmosis energetically. They are having an impact. Terrible. I used to read all the time as a kid. It's all I ever did. That was my escape. That was my escape. I read a lot of fantasy, a lot of sci-fi, because reality was just nonsense. I just found it so ridiculous. I was like, this isn't what it, this is the illusion. The books that I'm reading are not the illusion. Yeah, and ever since, geez, the phones. This is why I say we're all addicts. Phones, Netflix, all of those dopamine release points. I find it very hard to read these days. Source, light and love and light. Shine your light, Pisces. Shine your light. As I said, you're connected to the emotional unconscious of us all on a collective level. The magic you can get from there. The magic. Right, what do they want now? Or are they done? Lovely message. I've been going on for a while. I think this is over an hour now. I just get so much pleasure out of this. Huh. Okay, another confirmation card. Another confirmation card. Okay. Right, are we done? Is this it? Is this it? Do they want me to show you any cards? Yeah, this card has been coming up loads, as well as the karmic clearing and the numerology deck. Yeah, we're all purging right now. We're all clearing. It's all clearing. It's all clearing. It's all changing, transmuting. We're breaking the cycles, guys. We are breaking the cycles. Okay, Pisces, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for watching. I really, really, really do appreciate the energy transfer. I can't tell you enough. Love this reading. Really love to hear from you if you feel so inclined. I know it's very vulnerable posting in the comment section. If this resonated with you and you want you want the algorithm to push it out in so more people come across it randomly, do hit that like button. If you don't want to leave a comment, put an emoji. Sharing really helps. Typing in the name of the channel to find the videos also really helps. Watching one video after another, all help the algorithm. I'm letting this grow as it wants to. I enjoy doing this. This is the key core reason why I love putting out this free content. I want us all to be astrology wizards so we understand and know what's going on, and so we can just get in touch with this new ability to tap into our own reality, with our own autonomy and our own magic. So I'm not, there's obviously an ego part of me that's kind of like, oh, it's cool that people like this stuff, but that part, I love her, I love that part of me, but it's not the root of it. Anyway, I'm going to shut up. Thank you so much for being here with me. Be well until we meet again, Pisces. Aquarius rising. How you doing, Aquarius? For those of you just tapping into the Aquarius energy, the messages that come through, the tarot that comes up, and when I talk about aspects and how they talk to one another will all still apply, just in a different area of your life. Take what resonates and leave what doesn't. But for Aquarius rising, this transit of Mars in Cancer is happening in your 6th house of work, health and routines. Mars loves being in the 6th house. It finds its joy there. Mars likes a job to do, and the 6th house is, as I said, the house of work. So Even though for you Aquarius rising, this energy is in conjunct, well, it's in conjunct for all the Aquarius energy, it's just in conjunct your first house. In conjunct, I've talked about these a lot. This is about, so traditionally they don't have anything in common with one another. Aquarius is a fixed air yang day sign. Cancer is a cardinal water yin night sign. So imagine trying to have a conversation with somebody where you have zero things in common. It just makes that conversation, it takes a little while to warm up before you start finding common denominators, and really understand that like finding different perspectives is brilliant, and really creative ideas come out from that. Also, I link it into, say, hopping on one leg, tapping your head and moving your hand around in a circle on your stomach. And this is, we'll see if that one wants to come back out. It can be difficult to do. We're not actually very good at multitasking, but when you practice and when you start to actually nail it, that's when you feel all the magic happening and like different neural pathways come about in this space. So Mars moving through Cancer in the 6th house. As I said, this is a great time to start doing work, start getting you linked into what your emotional needs and how you nourish yourself, and really being able to feed that into your work life, whatever roles that you may have, that you're able to tap on a very intuitive way with the actions that you take in your work. Again, we're dealing with health and routines. Takes some hard work for us to be able to do that. We tend to not take care of ourselves very well. It takes, yeah, as I said, a lot of effort. But with Mars being here, you're really motivated and driven to put practices linked into your health that are going to establish long-term routines. So I'd usually say let's look to the ruler of Cancer, of a sign, in order to know like whatever's going on with the ruler in the chart is having an impact on that sign itself. This is still the case, but the moon is moving obviously very quickly. It's the fastest celestial body we have in the sky in our solar system, and so this will be essentially the moon's going to go 2 laps around the zodiacs, and so like each area of your life is going to have an impact on what Mars is doing in the 6th. I recommend, if you know your natal chart, to look to where your moon sign is in your natal chart, because this will also add a flavor to what's happening with Mars in this transit. We're dealing with Mars here, so what's going on with Mars is going to have an impact on the signs that it rules, and it rules Aries and Scorpio. For you Aquarius rising, you have Aries in your 3rd house. This is the house of the goddess, where we bring our big picture philosophies into our day-to-day, make the actions that we do more meaningful. There's a lot going on in Aries at the moment. This is also the house of communication, getting you in touch with your true authentic voice, bringing in the actions and your deeds, the way you express yourself in your local community and the things that you do, drawing in people of the same vibrational level, the more work that we do there, linked into how it supports your work and how it supports your health and your ability to establish healthy routines. You may be supported and facilitated at this time by your local community, not just because of Mars moving through Cancer, but generally because we've got a lot of energy going on in Aries right now. But you know, Mars also moving through Cancer is going to help you be able to embody this inspiration that you've been getting, and that's going to feed into the dynamics that you have in your local community and how you communicate. Mars also rules Scorpio, and for you Aquarius rising, this is I forgot to mention Aries sextiles Aquarius, so there's this aspect of Venus, of harmonizing into your embodied sense of self in the 1st house. Scorpio is in the 10th house for you. This squares your Aquarius energy, and this is in a angular house for Aquarius rising. Angular houses, 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th, are very, very powerful houses. A lot of stuff shows up in the world. These are very impactful houses on the rest of the chart, and so we've got Mars moving through the 6th house, impacting your career, your life purpose, and how the outside world sees you. So maybe you'll start doing things in work that are boosting that career area of your life and where you're headed. You've also had the nodes move through Scorpio and Taurus, but in Scorpio in particular, where you've been refining what it is that you need for your life purpose, really digging deep and finding the truth of what the direction it is that you want to go in and what kind of career you want to have. So that's the kind of general energy that we've got for Aquarius during this 2-month transit. Mars is going to be in Cancer from the 25th of March to the 20th of May. In this reading, I'm only going up to the 27th of April. I'll be doing a second part series for the second part of Mars's journey through Cancer. There will be 8 piles. I'll be shuffling throughout while I continue talking and I talk about the aspects. But the 8 piles will consist of sort of what we've got, what we've learned, what we've cleared from Mars being in Gemini, what the energy of Mars in Cancer, 5 different aspects, and then the final pile of how, it's not quite the ending of Mars being in Cancer, but this midway point of what Mars is bringing and cultivating in the long term. Right, so the aspects. The first aspect that we are having with Mars in Cancer is a trine with Saturn. Hey, Saturn. So these are we've got, these are quite stern planets. They're traditionally called malefics, but you can utilize that energy and it doesn't have to be as dramatic as it could be, particularly because we're in 2 water signs here, ruled by positive planets. The moon, the luminaries have supportive energies, as does Jupiter, which rules Pisces. So these malefics are being facilitated by our emotional needs and our sense of expansion. So Saturn in Pisces, in your second house of your values. What you value, how you value yourself, how you make your money, how you manifest. Having a Jupiter ruled sign in the second house can mean that you can be very generous, or money can just disappear. So Saturn moving in here is giving you structure, a sense of authority with your value system and how you value yourself, and then how you're able to manifest with long-term legacies. It's one of the first aspects that Saturn is making and one of the first aspects that Mars is making in their long journeys. So Mars, your embodiment, your action, your drive, your motivation to get up and go and work and tend to the physical body. It could be linked into the maternal and the emotional home, our instincts and our response mechanisms of the wisdom and or the integrity and responsibility that comes from Saturn is feeding into Mars at the beginning of its journey, helping line up this energy of Mars, moving it away from a slightly combative space that, or if that does turn up, we're just here to highlight things that we may not have looked at and worked on. But then the energy and the momentum of Mars in that house of work, which can be linked into, it's a trine, so it's an aspect of Jupiter. This is about providing wisdom, opportunities, abundance, a sense of growth, expansion and cohesion with your value system long term. All that energy feeding into Saturn of, okay, right, this is how I want to embody and how I want to move through the world in the work that I do, the work that I care about. I want to do it with integrity, with that combination. I want to be able to know what it is that I want to defend in terms of my value system, how I make my money, and how then that is reflected in not only taking care in your work and the people around you, but with yourself. So that was on the 30th of March. On the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live, we're going to have a sextile between Mars in Cancer and the North Node in Taurus. So you have the North Node in your 4th house. This is your home, your roots, your foundations, your ancestors, your parents, your lineage, and the private part of who you are. So the North Node's been moving through there for a while, and Venus is there helping activate all the eclipse points, bringing a sense of harmony and balance back from the big new endings and beginnings that we've had in that area. And so this is really all the knowledge and wisdom and understanding that we've been learning during this eclipse cycle is now funneling into Mars, because it's a sextile aspect. Again, a sextile aspect is an aspect of Venus, bringing about harmony, cohesion, love, appreciation, a sense of creativity, a sense of harmony, on all that information is, and where you're headed. The North Node, that we're striving for that space. It's the direction, it can be unfamiliar, that direction, what it is that we want from our home in the long term is feeding into your work. So maybe you're finding work that's going to help support where you live. and support how you are in your home life on an intimate level. We're also going to have Mars trine the South Node. And these are all at 5 degrees of their respective signs. And the South Node's in Scorpio, in your 10th house, your career, life purpose, how the big outside world sees you. As I've already talked about Scorpio in terms of refining that area of your life, distilling it. There may have been a sense of not necessarily things moving forward, but things adjusting, changes happening that are helping you really get in line of purifying that area of your life. And we've got this trine aspect to Mars. So again, trine, aspect of Jupiter, wanting to bring wisdom, cohesion, understanding, inspiration, a sense of opportunities, abundance. There's a sense of generosity and elevation with this. So again, all of that information of the South Node's journey feeding into Mars. Mars is motivation and how you work and how you apply, you take care of your health, feeding back into these energies and really helping them with the rest of their journey through Taurus and Scorpio. The moon is in Libra at this time, and Libra for you is in your 5th house. No, not your 9th house. Sorry, your 9th house of your perspectives, how you map yourself out in the world, the universe, everything that we can see and not see. This is the big pictures. This is your perspectives, your philosophies, your morals, your connection to God, your connection to spirituality, your connection to the universe, however you want to phrase it. This is also linked into foreign travel in terms of immersing yourself in a different location in order to broaden your perspective. Mastery of something, it's linked into higher education, sense of learning, sense of teaching. The more that we're able to learn and finesse and expand our ideas of a particular area, the more we're able to share that perspective. So the moon being there, what does that mean? So the moon is impacting what's going on with Mars at this time. So the moon is getting you in line, your needs, your nourishment, your unmet. These can be met or unmet, but this is leading up to the full moon in Libra. So really bringing about a culmination. In fact, the full moon will be a couple of hours after this, so it's really at that potent stage of this transit of really highlighting what it is that you need, what it is that you want, how to bring these things into balance, in harmony with your work and your home and your career. Love this for you, Aquarius. My hand is just tapping on my heart chakra. At the same time, the sun is conjunct Chiron in Aries, and this will still be the same for the full moon. Aries is in your 3rd house of communication. Really shining an illumination on your on how you are seen, how you're able to communicate, the needs that you may have been working through and connecting to, bringing together a community that actually really resonates with you. So this is very potent energy, particularly because of that conjunction happening in the sign that's ruled by Mars, that what's going on with Mars is impacting that Sun Chiron conjunction. I've pulled cards on that. I've done a Sun transit, so do go check that out, see what cards came up, and maybe come back to the reading. So following this, as I said, is the Libra full moon. I will be doing a separate video and pulling cards on this, so again, do go check that out for more detail and understanding of what this moon means to you and the cards that come out. And as I said, come back to this reading, maybe revisit it and see how your knowledge and understanding of the different layers that are going on impact your connection and understanding of the messages that come through in today's reading. On the 7th or 8th of April, depending on where you live, not very long after this Libra full moon, we will have a sextile with Mercury in Taurus at 6 degrees and Mars at 6 degrees of Cancer. So this is earth and water energy. They facilitate one another. Water replenishes earth and earth gives water structure. So this is Mercury, the avatar of communication, of flow, of how we think, how we comprehend. And it's going through, it's also linked into money and healing, the healing modality. So this is going through your 3rd house of, your 4th house, apologies, 4th house of home. It's going to be retrograde here, but right now it's direct. And so it's getting a lot of, Mercury and Mars are talking to one another. They're trying to get on the same page of, okay, how do we understand our home life in relation to the work and the routines and the health that we're doing right now, and how do our work and health and routines get in line with what it is that we want and how we want to be able to communicate in our home, in our private life, with your lineage, with your parents. You know, we're dealing with the Mars in Cancer, which is ruled by the moon, and the moon can be very much linked into the maternal figures in our lives. The moon will be in Scorpio, your 10th house. Scorpio is ruled by Mars, and the moon is in the Cancer. Mars is in Cancer, ruled by the moon. And so they're in mutual reception. So there's a strong energy between this moon talking to Mars about, hey, this is where we want to go. This is what we want to head. This is how we want to be nourished in our career. This is how we emotionally connect to our career and how our life purpose is and where we're headed. Feeding into, again, the motivation and drive that you have to put into your work. All the while getting it in line with your 4th house of home. The same time, we're going to have, it's within 2 degrees, but we're going to have a conjunction between Juno and Uranus in Taurus, committing to your individual self, your individual voice, how you feel and get pleasure from your home life. Juno is an asteroid, and I link it into commitment, what you're standing by long term through thick and thin, and that is to your authentic self in your home. Really, with Uranus moving through there, big energy of really getting you to understand and appreciate who you are without second guessing it and questioning it. The same time, Venus is going to be sextiling Neptune. This is the final aspect that Venus is making. I do recommend checking out the Venus transit, because she's activating all those eclipse points that have been in fixed signs as a fixed sign Aquarius. This is going to show up quite loudly for you. And so Venus is sextiling Neptune, and this is activating the full moon. Is it the full moon, or is it Taurus, or is it Scorpio? No, it's the Scorpio full moon. That happened on the 16th of May 2022, and that's in your career. So Venus in your home life talking to Neptune in your 2nd house of values, really being able to think big and dream big, dream idealistically, and get it into harmony with your home. Following this, later on in the month, on the 20th of April, we're going to have the 2nd new moon in Aries. This is a hybrid solar eclipse. The nodes will still be in Taurus and Scorpio. I really recommend checking out the spring equinox and the first new moon video. I talk about a lot of this energy. It's very, very potent, and it's still very relevant to that second new moon. I will be doing a separate video on that. Again, check that out if you want to, and come back to this. But essentially, for me, the first new moon in Aries is clearing out like a really quick rebirth, clearing out so much karmic clearing. The cards have come up constantly in the last couple of readings, and then this second new moon is a quantum leap in our evolution. Just had an energetic release on the 23rd or 24th, depending on where you live, not long after this new moon. So still very potent beginning energy. Mercury will have gone retrograde at about 12 hours before this aspect happens. And this is another sextile between Mercury and Mars. And this is happening at 15 degrees of Taurus, which is activating the Taurus full moon that we had on the 8th of November. So lots of activation points happening with these eclipse season. Really helping you, retrogrades. I love retrogrades. I don't understand why they get such a bad rap, because we learn from mistakes and we learn through repetition, amongst other things. But these are things that are important. It's the reason why I repeat quite a lot in my videos, because when you sort of heard the same thing a couple of times, you get what you're able to then, rather than receive information, you're then able to contemplate and think for yourself. And this channel's all about autonomy. And I've got Aries in the 9th house. And so with this Mercury retrograde, you're revisiting, you're renewing, you're revising, you're getting a do-over, you're getting some hindsight, you're allowing yourself to be able to change from the mistakes that you may have made. It's often rerouting us from perhaps jumping in too fast into something, and being able to really get in touch with what it is that we truly need, and how we connect to this information, connect to our home, have a sense of connecting to who you are in a private life. Also with the fourth house, very much link it into the ancestors, being able to connect to the ancestors, clear out some emotional baggage that's impacted them in their work, because we've got this sextile with Mars, and like clear out that energy of frustration and not being able to do what it is that they wanted to do in their lifetime. So Mars being in the sixth, again, feeding the energy, everything that's learned. It's the midway point in Cancer. So Mars has got a lot of wealth of information and knowledge of what motivates you, what drives you. And all that information is pouring into Mercury at this time, providing a sense of harmony and understanding, a sense of creativity and being able to think differently in order to kickstart Mercury's transit and long retrograde it's going to have in Taurus. At the same time, both the moon and Venus, so Venus, the ruler of Taurus, the moon, the ruler of Cancer, they're both in Gemini. And this is in your fifth house of creation energy. This is trining your Aquarius energy. Trines, again, aspect of Jupiter, being able to you're on the same team, you're the same element, so you come at it from different directions. Gemini is mutable, Aquarius is fixed. Gemini helps you be able to change and shift and adapt. And so we've got this trine with your first house of yourself, how you embody your sun or your moon in your actions and your deeds, very much the felt sense of how the astrology turns up for you. That we've got the two rulers of the two energies that are aspecting in the same sign, where Mars has been there for 8 months, and now Venus is coming along and really getting you to connect to the movement and momentum and passion and drive that Mars has kickstarted in that creative area of your life, your creation energy. This is the house of fun, amusement and play. It's linked into romance and short-term dating rather than a long-term commitment of the seventh house, but it's also having fun with your friends and having a really great time. The moon and Venus combined, our emotional needs, our instinctive responses, harmonizing with of what gives us pleasure, and being able to take action with that. So yeah, I feel like there's a lot of movement with this, maybe having fun with the routines and the health and the work that you're doing, and really being able to integrate that into Mercury in your fourth house of your home. Like, how do we establish this? How do we communicate and get these habits ingrained in our neural system, the way that we think in our private life? At the same time, the sun will be sextile Saturn. So the sun is now in Taurus and will be sextiling Saturn in Pisces. So the sun in Taurus shining a light. There's a lot more action going on in your fourth house of home and your private life. And this is sextiling Saturn, again, an aspect of Venus, bringing about harmony, creativity, about your values and how you make your money and how you manifest. So like really being able to get you comfortable in your home and feeling at ease with your individual self. A sense of direction is being fed into your value system. And what it is that you care about, what is it that you need from your home for, feeding that energy into Saturn on its long transit through Pisces. The final aspect that we have, this is the first square that we're having. As I said in the introduction, Mars rules the aspect of a square. This can bring about conflict, drama, frustration, competition. And if any of this shows up, look to it, tend to it, try and understand what's coming through and why, and see whether you need to care about that in the long term. But squares also represent friction. This is how we bring things into the 3D world from the trines and the sextiles that are very creative and inspirational. How do we make these real? So we need friction in order for this sense of time, of movement. Sorry, I've still got a tiny bit of a cough. and just had to pause to hydrate and not yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah, the square, friction. We need friction in order to bring things into reality in this 3D linear time frame that we're very conscious we're a part of. It doesn't mean that there aren't other ways of manifesting, but in this particular version of reality, this is very potent. So we have the square with Mars at 17 degrees of Cancer, squaring Chiron in Aries. Sorry, just they seem to want to do that now rather than when I finish talking. And so Chiron's at 17 degrees of Aries, and this is really transformational energy coming here, because Chiron's had a lot of support from not only Venus, Jupiter's still there, is going to be there for another month, I think. I think the 16th of May. And the Sun has just moved through there. Mercury's moved through there. Vesta's there. If you want to get to know that Aries energy, I've done so many Aries videos lately, and all of them bring in different themes together to sort of, it's such a crucial part of our journey, because this is impacting right at the beginning of Saturn's transit, because Saturn is in Pisces, ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is in Aries. Anyway, Chiron, the wounded, this is having wounds that never heal, right? And working with it and dealing with it. That everything that's been going on in Aries has really helped transformed our ability to, that energy of the wound isn't hurting as much as it used to. Interestingly, my hand has just gone to the right hand side, just above my right hip crease, sort of by the hip. Maybe a personal message to some of you. Now on the other side, on the left, and now in the middle. Okay, now to my third eye, and back down again. Oh, now I'm shaking. Cool. That we've been working through a lot of wounds linked into the spark of who we are, whether we've been seen, whether through you communicate, whether you've been seen in the way that you speak, whether you've been seen in the communities, whether you've received the kind of communities that you want to have. And this square with Mars bringing about, I really feel this emotional healing coming to those wounds that are really transforming the journey that we're on, like really releasing a lot of things that we may not have seen, and really being able to take motivation and embodiment of those wounds, and being able to not only heal ourselves but be able to teach ourselves, and therefore through those actions that vibration will ripple out and teach others. At the same time, the moon will be in Leo. So what's going on with the moon is impacting Mars, and what's going on with Chiron is in Aries, is therefore being impacted by Mars. So the moon in Leo, your 7th house of one-to-one intimate relationships, friends, business, romantic, all of the above, your relationship with the universe, however you want to call it. That the moon being there is highlighting this transformation of, so the wounds you may have had in your one-to-one relationships can have an impact on our 6th house, and whether we tend to ourselves and take care of ourselves and enjoy our work. That energy of those one-to-one relationships, anything that needed transmuted and clearing, and like our needs, whether they've been met. Maybe you are high, like blah 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 blah. Maybe people in your life who are intimate to you show you that you are valued, and help give in manifest form a reality check that things have changed with those wounds, and your way of connecting to them and making motivation with them with Mars. So that's the final aspect. I'm just going to shuffle for a little bit longer until the energies want the deck to go down. And then I'll probably go a little quiet, as I said in the introduction, and then we'll move the cards around. As I said, 8 piles. That's an intense energy that just came through with that one. My head is rocking back and forth. And now I'm sitting upright, like a really straight spine. So we have 4 Mars moving through Gemini. We've got the 7 of Swords, the 3 of Swords, the 9 of Wands, crowned by the Fool. So this has been going through your creation energy house. This is the house of fun, amusements, romance, dating, children. Ooh. Okay, so the 3 of Swords, you know, is one of the most famous cards in the deck, very visually comprehensive. It's linked into heartbreak. This doesn't have to be linked into romance, but, you know, we're dealing with the 5th house here. So obviously traumas that we faced when we've not felt seen, we've not felt appreciated and cared for, but it's also linked into your creation energy. Perhaps your creative mechanisms got shut down by parents, teachers, friends when we were kids. The 5th house is linked into our inner child, the wounds that we have here between 0 and 7, when we're like running around in subconscious mode, basically being hypnotized by everything that's happening and everything that's being said, like ingrained, like long-term programming. So someone might have just said, oh, I don't like the way that you sing, and you've never sung since. These sorts of things clearing out. My hand has just gone around my throat chakra, and we've got so Mercury moving through here is helping clear out these energies. These are the lessons and the energies that we've transmuted during this time. You know, Mercury in Gemini could be very frenetic. You might have faced some trauma during those 8 months linked into romance, or like the energy that you're interacting with people that you're dating is tied into this energy, and it's been helping move through those wounds and heal. We've also got the seven of swords. This can be read in lots of different ways. It's one of the most intriguing, for me, one of the most intriguing cards in the deck. But it can also be linked into procrastination, of doing lots of things over, like just not necessarily being able to focus, which is very much Mars in Gemini for some of us. A lot of air energy, a lot of now collecting information, this, and it not necessarily feeling like you are you've got it under control. And it's interesting, they've moved the 9 of Wands over it, of, you know, feeling very burnt out by this energy. The 9 of Wands, you're still very much yourself, but you kind of feel like you've been on the defensive and just energetically very, very drained from all the things that you've been doing. You know, the 7 of Swords also asks you to look in different ways and have different strategies about the things that you do that might not be of the norm. And so again, with that 9 of Wands, of you're still very much true to yourself, but you're a bit exhausted by the whole adventure. Speaking of adventures, we've got the Fool card. So this is Mars, everything it's brought together in Gemini, and the energy that it's leaving you with. And the Fool card is something we should all tap into. Like, the Fool is open, and there's a sense of naivety with the Fool, but there's such deep wisdom with it as well. Like, really open to the experience of life, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and just seeing things as an adventure. Having a fresh new way of looking at your creative energy, how you have fun. I should imagine with Gemini in the 5th house that you need a lot of stimulants. You need a lot of stimulation. There's that this may have hit a point of being like, oh, okay, I am actually this at a fundamental level, even if I'm doing all the things and I want all that stimulation. That Mars is sort of going, okay, guys, I've bombarded you with this, and now you really know what new journey you want to go on, and how you want to look at the experience of fun and play from a new set of eyes. Sorry, this is just a moon ring. I think I talked about it in the introduction, maybe in part 1. That is my mother's. It's just on permanent loan to me for many years. We've got the 3 moons. And I think it's either a moonstone or an opal. You can't really see. We get that. There we go. Whee. And it wanted to go over the Fool of your emotional stimulants. And how you respond to things is coming into balance. I'm really getting that, and being able to tap into your emotional space. So we have for Mars moving through your 6th house of work, health, and routines. Got the 2 of Swords, feeling pushed and pulled in. So there's 2 opposing forces that have a lot of strength, and essentially like pushing against you, that you feel like you can't make a decision. You haven't been able to make a decision, perhaps in where you're working, what you're doing, what direction you want to be headed in, how you want to take care of yourself. There's been this energy, this stuckness. There's a stagnant nature of taking time and pausing. And then we've got the Knight of Wands, and then the King of Wands. Goodness me, lots of creativity, lots of motion, lots of traveling come in. This creativity, you're getting a new spark, a new desire. You're defending what it is that you need in terms of how you work and how you emotionally respond to it, your motivation, your drive to get up and go and really be able to bring in those routines linked into your health and your work. So then we've got the King of Wands. So you're not only defending yourself, defending the things that you need to do, and there's the motion of the Knight of Wands, of movement, of travel, but you've got the King of Wands, where this is the energy of Mars moving through Cancer for the next 2 months. At the end of this, we're really getting this strength of, and this is what Mars is bringing throughout its journey, of really being autonomous in what you are and where you're headed. Remember, this is also impacting your 10th house of career, because of Scorpio being ruled by Mars, that you are in your own sovereignty. You've got command over of your creative movements, and your inspiration that you have for this area of, whoa, which is wanting to yeah, with Kings, you know, it's there's a sense of, you know what you're doing now. You know what you're doing, and you've got the motivation and drive to put those things into action from really understanding your own needs. Love it. Right, so let's get on to the aspects. Okay, for the first aspect, this is when Saturn will be trining Mars. So got a fair amount of cards here. We've got a journey that's being explored. And so this is trining Mars in Cancer and Saturn in Pisces, your second house of your value system. Really interesting combination of cards. I'm so glad they did that before I started reading. Oh, they love doing that. Are we ready? Okay. So, surrendering and releasing habits that haven't served you, ideologies of what served you with the Death card, and linking to your value system and how that's impacting on your work, and you now clearing out the dead weight, transforming it, composting it, really getting good emotional motivation in your work, and that's reinforcing your value system and how you manifest and make your own money. We've got the Six of Pentacles, which is, did you get the Five of Pentacles? No, apologies. I think that was Pisces. The Six of Pentacles follows this Five of Pentacles of feeling lack and feeling left out in the cold, and this is in the state of being able to give and receive. And I feel, because we're dealing with Mars and in Cancer in the moon, of, you know, sometimes you can tend to other people's needs too much, and you're, through this transformation of your value system, you are then able to allow your higher self, you know, this can represent a guru, a teacher, someone of authority who you listen to and you accept assistance from. You know, it often comes up with Saturn when I talk about Saturn, but it can be any of the sort of energies that, you know, just have some understanding and some wisdom that they want to impart. And I also feel your higher self as well, that you're really able to tap into the true value of who you are, and that is that's impacting and feeding this drive and motivation of tending to your own needs and being able to be in receipt of the nourishment that you may give to others. That energy's just gone into my third eye. I'm going to keep talking while they're doing this. Just keeps going back to my third eye. We've got the Queen of Swords following that. She's gone through some stuff. You've cleared out some stuff. You've had some difficulties, but now you have a clarity of who you are. There's also an independence. If the Queen. She's not facing us. She's facing in a different direction. She's looking at things in a different way, but it's her own way. Very autonomous energy coming through of a clarity of knowing what it is that you want from a very higher perspective. And this is having being able to give and receive to yourself and understand and nourish yourself. You're then able to know what it is that you need from work, know what it is that you need in order for you to take care of yourself and the people around you. We've also got the Two of Wands. This is about long-term manifestation. You're getting the lay of the land, this new lay of the land, having gone through death and purging and letting go. You're getting the lay of the land here. You're figuring out all the small details, all the understanding, getting yourself some good foundations for you to then, because this is long-term manifestation, not happening right now. There's a sense of pause here of really cultivating where you're headed and what you're doing. You've got the world in your hand, like the world is your oyster. And we have for the overall message coming through with Saturn talking to Mars is this is the star. This is deep healing, deep emotional healing, where she is unclothed. There is no masks. She is truly her authentic self as much as she possibly can be. She's drawing in the earth energy and the galactic energy, bringing in hopes and dreams and a sense of renewal. And I feel within your work that you might be able to, through the wisdom that you've learned and understood about yourself, not only heal yourself and realize your own shining star light, but be able to bring these, as I say, the galactic and the earth energy together, these radical ideas into your work, and into, as I said, taking care of your own health, but not only that, but having that ripple out in how you work and how you are motivated and driven to take action for your long-term legacy of your value system. So we have for the sextile with the North Node in your home and the trine with the South Node in your career house, while the Moon is in Libra, your ninth house of big picture philosophies, and the Sun is conjoined Chiron, clearing out wounds linked into communication. What's coming through here is you felt like you've been juggling. You haven't been able to make a decision. There's been a lot going on with those eclipses, and you haven't necessarily had the ability to breathe and be in a thrival state, because you're surviving. You're trying to keep your ship upright on these rocky waters, and you've just been maybe trying out different things and working out what works for you. And so all this information from your home to your career, and what, juggling home and career, and working out how to get these into balance, that means that you can succeed. It's great. You've got the Three of Cups. This is really a celebration time. This is being with like-minded people and celebrating and being in communion, and there's a sense of ease here. So rather than perhaps celebrating with other people, I'm definitely getting that through this harmony of this information, of this understanding of your higher perspectives, and being able to speak your authentic voice about what it is that you need in your home, in your work, feeding into your career, feeding into the house of work and routines and health, that you're getting all of these three things into balance. And doing it with ease, there's an ease here with the Three of Cups. It's very much a celebration, a happy, easy card. And I like that it wanted to go with the King of Wands energy of you really getting a sense of certainty and understanding about where you want to be headed, what your creative pursuits wants to be in terms of your work, in terms of your career and your home, because we're dealing with the nodes here, particularly because Mars rules Scorpio, which is where one of the nodes are. So that's having an impact on the nodal journey. Oh, my hand keeps wanting to go over my third eye, Aquarius. So we're going to have that full moon in Libra following that aspect. And then after that, not long after, on the 7th or 8th of April, depending on where you live. This is the sextile with Mercury in your 4th house of home, while the moon is in your 10th house of career. So big energy here of, again, bringing into alignment how you want to communicate in your home life, in terms of how that facilitates your work and your health and your routines, which all the while is being impacted by the direction in which you're headed. And we've got, these are some very powerful cards. We've got the Page of Cups, a new emotional connection to the way that you work, and a real new lease of life and a sense of vitality with that Ace of Wands. And so the Ace of Wands bringing in that new passion, having, again, lots of vitality here with the Page and the Aces, especially along with the Fool as well. Very youthful energy, really being, and I love it's combined. You've got 3 kings here. You're really getting into your authority here. You've just had Saturn move through your 1st house, which was really getting you in line with your own embodied authority. So I'm not surprised all these cups are turning up for you, Aquarius. We've got the King of Pentacles, long-term legacy in the material world, and the King of Cups. So that combination of your of your career, that legacy, that tangible 3D essence of the 10th house, even though it's a water sign, but with the King of Cups of really being in command of your emotional space, your ability to be very intuitive in other people's needs and their health problems, but again, really focusing that on yourself, using that creative energy for you to get motivation and desire to want to be, and that will all feed out into the outside world and how you tend to others. As I said in the introduction, give from your cup, not from your, give from your source and not from your cup. I always get that round the wrong way. I don't know why. So then we're going to have the full moon the new moon in Aries on the 20th of March. This is the second new moon. I've talked about that already. And then on the 23rd or 24th, a couple of days after that new moon, right at the beginning, while all that energy is still very, very potent, we're going to have another sextile with Mercury, and this is going to be Mercury Retrograde. This is an interesting card to come up because it represents speed, and we've got Mercury in Taurus, can be a lot slower, and more getting you in touch with your embodied space, and also retrograde, so moving much, much slower. But again, this is at 15 degrees. That's activating, what was it, that Scorpio full moon? No, the Taurus full moon in your home. The Taurus full moon. So really, maybe moving home. Maybe you're going to be thinking about where you're going to be going. You're going to be revisiting it during this retrograde. There's a sense of, the Chariot can often link into moving a location because of the speed behind the Chariot. But it's also like really being in control of what you want. And being the moon and Venus are in Gemini, of your creative energy, of bringing this everything that you've learned, this new journey that you've been on. Venus and the moon are now there, getting you in touch on an emotional level to how you connect to your appreciation of your creative energy. The Chariot card is very much about being in control without needing to control everything. You see, they don't have reins in order to guide where the sphinxes are going, the night and the day, the yin and the yang. You're in balance, and you're in balance with the universe, because you also see, sorry, they're just tapping on my heart chakra. If you see that the stars are on the canopy, the figure has moons, and there's lots of astrological and alchemical symbols of really being, regardless of whether you're consciously aware of all these things, you are now in alignment with where you're supposed to be headed. And I love how that energy is feeding in right at the beginning of that retrograde. So the choices that you'll make, the things that you're going to be doing during that retrograde are going to be in alignment. There's going to be some speed and motion. This is also the Cancer card. So you're really in command of your emotional embodiment, and of Mars being there. And that is that energy, that confidence is feeding into that Mercury retrograde. This is the final aspect. This is the square with Chiron. At 17 degrees of Aries in your third house of communication and local community. Again, those wounds of, have you been in the community that you need? Have you been able to speak your voice? Have you been heard and seen? Are you able to be your independent, autonomous self in your day-to-day and the things that you do? At the same time, the moon is in Leo, in your one-to-one relationships, how that dynamic impacts Mars and your embodiment in your work, and really feeding into that energy, into Chiron, of releasing those wounds that you may have felt. This is linked into school, so it could be like things that have happened when you were at school, of trauma that are recreated themselves. Okay, my hand is now hitting my third eye. I need to come up with words that don't, like, I can be really flippant and really blunt, it just, but they are just, smacking my head. Right, so this is Chiron square Mars, Mars square Chiron, justice, things coming into balance. The nodes will also be moving into Libra and Aries in July, but really rights being wronged energetically. Okay, Aquarius. So for how these energies are cultivating, whoa, check those out. And like the energies that are pulling forward and drawing forward into the next part of the cycle. Ace of Pentacles, new work, new way of looking at work, new opportunities coming in on the tangible scale of your health, body and work. Really vitalizing, really going through a new portal. And being able to look at things in a different way and respond to them in a different way. We've got the Three of Wands. You had the Two of Wands. What was it over here with the Saturn aspect? Yeah, Two of Wands. So you've done the planning. This is the time of dominion. This is having figured out the lay of the land. You now know what new journey you want to go on. These ships are going out on an adventure. You know which direction you want your ships to go. And where they're headed is the Sun and the Ten of Cups, right? You really couldn't get any more vibrant than this. This is the Sun, your personality, your divine inspiration, the illumination. There is ease, there is fun here, there's warmth. Imagine just sitting in the sun and feeling it on your skin. That's the feeling that you're embodying, the sense of whatever action you're taking is illuminating your life, your work, your health, your career. And we've got the Ten of Cups. This is your life being what you want it to be. This can manifest in any form, and it doesn't mean like it's all happening at once, but certainly very much everything falling into place for the direction that you want to be headed. Yeah, lots of positivity going on in here. I am also very aware when I do these readings that the world is utterly bonkers right now, and it's difficult out there. And this message may be hard to hear for some of you when it doesn't feel like things are going right and it doesn't feel like you're in the right direction. But these energies are here for you to work with and understand that you are being supported. You are being held by the universe, and the more, as I say, the more that we do this inner work, the more that we understand who we are and where we're headed, which is why I really prioritize saying, do check out the introductions. I talk a lot more about the dynamics of what may come up for us collectively and how to work through them. But it's a very positive message coming through here, Aquarius, that whatever level it's resonating with you, it's still the direction that this energy is headed. That's too many. So we've got the Rebirth card. There's 4 other cards, but yeah, no. Rebirth. But I'm generally not surprised with the astrology because Saturn has left your first house. And that transit, it's a massive transit. It's one of the bigger transits that we have in a lifetime, that you've gone through some stuff. And now that's cleared. Now we've got Saturn in a Jupiter ruled sign, a different vibe that it would be... Yeah, you've had to... with this pause of being patient, of there not being movement. But then there's the Knight and the King of Wands straight after that. It may be that this, whatever's coming through, may take a little while to manifest, but you're cultivating through what you're doing. You're cultivating that in the long term. We've got Pride here. What one was that? That was for the Mercury retrograde. And like knowing that you are in the motions, you are connected to yourself, the soul, and the motions that you're moving for, and you should be proud of yourself. Nope. Nothing coming out of there for now. Let's move on to the other deck. That was a numerology deck, and this is the First Light Tarot. This is a mixture of we've got children lessons, clearing out. Did I talk about how that's where our wounded inner child is? That energy, and moving through that is a huge thing. What was I talking about? Right, this is the First Light Tarot. This is statement cards, question cards, major arcana, and other keywords like that children card. Let's see what wants to come through. Usually I keep, well, actually it's not true. I tend to just do however many cards I feel inspired to do. But I do like to at least get out a major arcana. The Empress, she's been coming out a lot. Development, growth, abundance, productivity. You know, that's what I was saying, like what it is that you're doing, having gone through that Saturn transit, is there's more ease with what you're doing. You're able to, there's a lightness in the astro weather for all fixed signs, but definitely for you, Aquarius, with Saturn moving through your first, of just feeling like the world has opened up to you a bit more. You know, the Empress is ruled by Venus. Your home may be feeling more ease. And just really, you know, with the Empress for me, ruled by Venus, like very much that enjoyment of being in the 3D world. Vibration, positive action. Yeah. Just had an energetic release. Let's now pull some cards from the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Okay, no, they wanted some tarot. I mean, you've already got half the deck here already, Aquarius. I love it. Choices, renewal. Okay, you might have choices about where you go and what you do. Interesting. And how choices about how you look at work and things coming up, and more choices in the way that you deal with your health. But, you know, it's interesting. It's going with the Knight of Wands, which is very much about movement. Okay, interesting. Right, now let's get to the Oracle of I'm so slippy the last couple of days. Mars in a water sign. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely flipped. Companionship. just drawing in people that resonate with you. My hand's just gone over my heart chakra. You know, we did have the Three of Cups as well. And even though I wasn't necessarily linking it into communion with other people, as I keep saying, you know, the more we do that inner work, the more our vibrational frequency brings things in. Feeling like maybe at work, feeling that you're in union with the people that you work with. Meeting people through health practices. And it's the moon in Libra. So Libra is in your 9th house of your big picture philosophies of, yeah, bringing in people who are aligned to your big picture. See if that comes out again. That was about 5 cards that came out then. The numerology deck. Let's see what final messages for Aquarius. Individuality. Oh yeah. You know, as I said, that Saturn transit is going to have an impact on the rest of your chart right now, of you, that gaining of authority of who you are, feeding out into the rest of your chart, and you can really see it. You can really see it. Right. That's the outcome card. You know, cheers. We all kind of knew that already. Oh my goodness. Right, one more. Not when I'm just being slippy. Slippy. Source, love and light. Oh, Aquarius, you've got Pluto in your first now. Way. Can't wait to do those videos. Yeah, the energy that I'm getting is really beautiful. They're being funny with me. Right, one more card from the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Nope. Not a backhanded one. Let's come out the front, please. So this came out before with the group of 5. Versatility, Sun in Gemini. Options. Very adaptable to travel. Right, because I saw that one before, I'm going to do another one. Just because I want to. So that's the Sun in Gemini. Nope, that's 5. Yeah, I feel like you're able to move with ease with that versatility card, without feeling like you no judgment to it. That there is an ability to see different ways of thinking and doing. Okay, my head's just rolled back. Broadening your perspective. Just had an energetic release. And perhaps bringing those in, all these different things that you've experienced with Mars in Gemini in your house of fun, that you're able to then apply it with ease and move with ease in that that 6th house transit and bring it into your work. I've got the isolation card. I feel like that was the Saturn transit. It's wanting to hide. It's really wanting to hide. It's now just gone underneath the tarot deck. And there's crystals on top of it. Let me zoom out so you can see. Oh, that's as far as it can zoom out. Anyway, it's gone on top of this crystal. Okay. I don't want to leave it on the isolation card. Yeah, it's gone. You're definitely moving out of that space, guys. You're definitely moving out of that space. Okay, I'm gonna try. I just know. I just feel like there's I just want to do more cards for you, Aquarius. I get so carried away in these readings. Manifestation. With the Empress, sense of abundance, sense of your vibrational level is drawing things towards you, Aquarius. Keep up the good work. Yeah, can see lovely things. I'm going to leave it at that because this is a lot of cards, and still got 2 more readings to do now. But yeah, sending you all of my love. I really appreciate you watching. I really it warms my heart, the energy transfer. And if it resonates with you, don't forget to hit that like button. It helps the algorithm. There are other ways you can help the algorithm if you want this information being pushed out to random people around the world. Liking, putting a comment, even if it's just an emoji, subscribing if you haven't subscribed, sharing with people, but I can imagine that's can be a bit vulnerable, but I do appreciate it. Typing in the channel name when you're looking for my videos, and watching them through the search, as well as watching videos back to back. All of these things, push it out there. Don't do it for me. Do it if it resonated and if you want to pay it forward to others. Right, guys, I really appreciate your time. Be well out there until we meet again. Capricorn rising. How you doing, Capricorn? So for those of you just tapping into the Capricorn energy, the messages that come through and the way the aspects are and energies are talking to one another will still apply to you, just in a different area of your life. But for Capricorn rising, this transit of Mars in Cancer is happening in your 7th house of one-to-one relationships, your intimate relationships, business, friendship, romantic. It's the sense of commitment, and it's opposing your Capricorn energy. So with oppositions, we get this sense of potentially seesawing from one to the other. We get this energy with full moons where it can be highlighted where we're prioritizing one side more than the other, and we need to get those into balance. So as I said, opposing your Capricorn energy for Capricorn rising, that's your 1st house, how you embody your sun, your moon in your actions and your deeds. This is often how other people see you. Maybe not necessarily how you see yourself. And this is your body, your appearance. It is your house. So Mars moving through here, getting you motivated to connect on a very deep emotional level of what it is that you need from your one-to-one relationships. Yeah, as I said, really tending, there's a priority to tend to not only to your own needs, but the needs of others. How are you nourished in these one-to-one relationships? Really questioning the motivation of those people and whether they're in line with who you are. There may be conflict coming up, drama, frustration, but all of these things are getting you to really understand on a long-term level what your emotional connection is in your relationships. With Cancer in the 7th house, sometimes we can prioritize the needs of others over our own needs, but this is really calling you to tap into finding balance with that. Also, we may be quite emotionally instinctive and respond in our one-to-one relationships, and this is really trying to get you to not be, I mean, there's a sense of changeability, but there's also a deep sensitivity and intuition when it comes to your one-to-one relationships, that is such a harnessing power that you have of really being able to know on a very intuitive level what other people's needs are. And I really feel this is calling you to make sure you give back to yourself in this sense during this time. Right, usually I would say let's look to the ruler of a sign to know the sort of the energy that's affecting this transit. Well, we're dealing with the moon here, and the moon is going to move at least 2 times around the zodiac cycle, and so this means that every area of your life is going to have an impact on what's going on with Mars in your one-to-one relationship. So it's a very full-rounded, holistic transit of Mars in here. It might feel a bit changeable and very there's a lot of movement, even though we're dealing with a yin night sign. So it's really calling you to be receptive and tend to what your emotional responses and your motivations are, and see whether you hold on to them or whether they move through you and are released, to really get in line and understand what it is that you're motivated to do in these relationships. I would look to where your moon is in your chart, because this will be bringing up another layer, another influence of what's going on with this Mars transit. We are dealing with Mars. And so we look to where the signs that Mars rules, because what's going on with Mars is going to have an impact on those areas of your life and help level that area up. We've got Aries, which is in your 4th house, Capricorn. We're dealing with a lot of cardinal energy here. So you have cardinal energy with your Capricorn energy. We've got Mars now in Cancer, which is a cardinal sign. And we've got a lot of stuff happening in Aries, which is also cardinal. So lots of changes happening, lots of getting into your own authority and your leadership. Cardinal energy starts things. It is the instigator. It is the one that is able to sort of move everything forward. And so we've got so much going on in Aries. This is all going to be impacted by Mars's transit through your 7th house. And this is in your 4th house, your roots, your foundations, your ancestors, your home, your private life, the intimate part of who you are. And there's, you know, you've got a lot of leveling up happening in there. Jupiter's going to be there till like the 16th of May. You've had Venus move through there. Mercury and the Sun are currently there. Vesta and Chiron are there. And we'll be talking about these moving forward. But so you getting into balance in your emotional response mechanisms in your one-to-one relationships, what drives you, where's your passion. It might be also a very passionate time for those of you who are in relationships on an intimate level, or just having more motivation to be with your intimate partners. And this can help understand what it is that you need on an autonomous individual level, Aries, your autonomy in your private life, in your home, a lot of momentum happening here. Mars also rules Scorpio. This is in your 11th house of hopes, dreams, wishes, groups and alliances. So you've got the South Node in there. We're going to be touching on the nodes in the aspects that I'm talking about. And really you've been refining that area of your life, of getting to the root of what it is that drives you in terms of your hopes and your dreams, and the kind of community that you want to draw around you. So that's the kind of general energy that's around for you, Capricorn, at this time. Now we've got 5 aspects. So there's going to be 8 piles. There's going to be a pile for Mars's journey through Gemini and how that energy is moving forward. A pile for the general energy of Mars moving through the sign of Cancer for you, Capricorn, and then 5 piles linked into 5 aspects, and a final pile of, you know, this is, I'm not doing the full transit of Mars in Cancer. I'll be doing a second series for the end of, right at the end of April and the rest of May. And so the final pile, rather than how these energies are manifesting moving forward with Mars changing sign, this is like this transition phase of what's being cultivated, what's being brought together that is then going to be built upon in the following transits in the second series. Right, so on the 30th of March, this is when Mars will be trine Saturn. So Saturn is at 2 degrees of my hands over my heart chakra. Saturn's at 2 degrees of Pisces, and Mars will be at 2 degrees of Cancer. You know, we're kind of feeling this energy already, because you know, this is but the exact conjunct, the exact trine will be on the 30th, and we'll feel it afterwards as well. because Mars does move relatively slowly, as does Saturn. And so you've got Pisces in your third house of how you communicate, your local community. It's the house of the goddess. It's where we bring our big picture philosophies of the ninth house into the third house, into our day-to-day, how we operate in the local community, what it is that we need from the local community, the things that we do on a regular basis. And Saturn being in here is really giving structure, not only to the way that you communicate, but the way that you communicate with your community, what it is that you want from it, how you want to be seen in your community through the actions that you do. Maybe you're tending to the things you do on a regular basis with more weight, more responsibility, and more drawing in, as I said, that ninth house into your third house of making sure that you're walking your talk, essentially. And so Mars in the seventh, trining this energy, getting the motivation and drive that you're getting to be and interact with your one-to-one relationships is feeding into this third house of how you communicate, and the kind of community that you want to be in. You know, that can be business and friendship, like really getting you in alignment with what your needs are on a very fundamental level and how they inspire you to take action and be passionate. But again, with this trine's an aspect of Jupiter. They're the same element, they're sharing information, they're on the same team. You know, it's a less hurdles to jump over in the communication. This is bringing inspiration, cohesion, integration, sense of opportunities and expansion. And I like how Mars is like at the initial beginning of its journey in Cancer, is feeding this motivation, this drive of what it is that you really need in order to take action into your one-to-one relationships, feeding into this sense of responsibility, this long-term legacy that you've got of setting up the structure of that communication that Saturn is helping with. So really facilitating energy, very inspirational energy of what's coming around right now. And so on the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live, Mars will be sextile the North Node in Taurus, which for you is in your 5th house of creation energy. Venus is currently there, where I really recommend the Venus transit video, because every aspect she is making is activating one of the eclipses we had last year. So real bringing about a sense of harmony to the potential chaos, because we've got Uranus there as well with those eclipses that have come about for us in this this eclipse cycle. And so with this sextile to the North Node, right, so that's again an aspect of Venus, beauty, appreciation, love. My hand's just gone over my heart chakra, a sense of creativity, a sense of harmony, sense of bringing things together. So all the information, everything that we've been learning with that North Node, where we're headed, where we're striving, that creative energy that you've been expanding into, is going to feed into, you know, that 5th house is I focus on your creation energy because it's also linked into amusement, fun, children, which are our creations, our art, our whatever we produce in a creative way can be seen as our little creative babies. Amusement, fun, romance, dating, but in terms of like not long-term intimate relationship dating, like that's the 7th house which we're dealing with. So these energies are feeding into each other of what it is that you need from your creation energy, what it is that you need and want to do with your children, as well as like a real expansion in your sense of amusement and fun and your romance, which is feeding into, you know, we can still romance in our intimate relationships for those of you who are having that in your life right now. But also being able to utilize that creation energy with our businesses, with our friendships, with those intimate people that we have in our lives, and all of that creation energy, that sense of appreciation of that 5th house, is feeding into your 7th house of your one-to-one relationships. At the same time, we have a trine with the South Node. These are all at 5 degrees of their respective signs in Scorpio, and this is your hopes and dreams, as I said, your friends, groups, and alliances. So all that refinement that you've been doing, all those changes that may have been happening, is all that information is by aspect of a trine. Again, that inspiration, that elevation, that opportunities, that cohesion is again feeding into Mars. And Mars is feeding all that motivation and emotional drive that you have into these areas of your life of, what motivates you? What kind of people, intimate people do you want to draw towards you based on the power of your creative energy and the power of your hopes and your dreams? The moon will be in Libra. So Libra for you is in your... One second, my brain has just gone. It's the 10th house. This is a lot of angular houses here for you, Capricorn, lots of cardinal energy. And so Libra is in your 10th house of your career, your life purpose, and how the outside world sees you. So your emotional needs in relation to this, this is like a couple of hours before the full moon that's happening in Libra on the 6th. And that's like really early on the 6th for GMT time. This is really fueling the completion, this sense of growth, this sense of enlightenment on a fundamental, unconscious, instinctive, emotional basis of what it is that you need, and that is feeding into your one-to-one relationship. Who are you having around you that's going to support that? Who are you having around you that's going to support that? At the same time, the sun will be conjunct Chiron in Aries. Let me just check the degree of that. I don't know why I needed to check that, because it's the same degree as the full moon, which is 15 degrees of Aries conjunct Chiron. So the moon will be opposing that very shortly after. So illuminating the wounds that you have in your home life, getting a sense of vitality, a clarity and understanding, of vibrancy to healing those wounds. There's a lot going on with Chiron. We've really been leveling up and understanding and transmuting that energy, and in order to be able to learn and grow and heal from it. And so that is opposing that full moon of your home life, the structures that you need in your home, the strength that you need in your home to be able to be your autonomous self, is feeding into that full moon in Libra. But at the same time, that's all in Aries. So that's feeding into, so what's going on with Mars in your one-to-one relationships, and perhaps, Mars can be linked into cutting and severing, creating boundaries, creating emotional boundaries that then open space up for the universe being like, right, okay, this is what they want, this is what we're going to help provide. And so that's all feeding into that sun conjunct Chiron, helping you work through childhood trauma, trauma linked into your parents, ancestral trauma, lineage trauma, all of that being cleared as we move forward. On the 7th or 8th of April, depending on where we live, Mars is now going to sextile Mercury in Taurus at 66 degrees each respectively. Mercury is now in Taurus, your 5th house of creative energy, really getting inspired to communicate on a creative basis, really connecting, like, Venus is still there, so there's a real beautiful connection to how we communicate, to the things that we have appreciation for. My hand has now gone back over my heart chakra. And so Mars, if you're one-to-one relationships, like, what is it that you need in that dynamic? The more we get our one-to-one relationships in line and aren't imbalanced with the over giving of ourselves or taking too much from others, the more we get in harmony with that, the more that we're able to cultivate that creative energy. And I love the momentum and drive that you've got going on with Mars in the 7th is feeding into Mercury and saying, hey, this is how we want the communication to go. This is what we want from our creative energy, our spark of who we are, and we want to stand firm in this, because this, again, sextile energy, aspect of Venus, bringing about inspiration, creativity, beauty, appreciation, maybe being appreciated, being in your one-to-one relationships with about what kind of energy that you bring to those. And at the same time, the moon will be in Scorpio, and this is in your where was that again? My brain's gone blank. 11th house of hopes, dreams, friends, groups, and alliances. So the moon is in Scorpio, ruled by Mars, and Mars is in Cancer, ruled by the moon. This is mutual reception. They're talking to each other a lot during this transit. Like they're reinforcing each other. So your emotional needs when it comes to your hopes and your dreams, the kind of communities that you want to bring towards you, is feeding into Mars of like, okay, right, where am I headed? Where am I headed with these one-to-one relationships? What do I want? And how do my needs get met in order to facilitate my hopes and my dreams and the kind of vibrational level of people, of big groups that you want to draw towards you? What else is going on that day? Okay, so we've got it's 2 degrees out, but Juno's going to be at 15 degrees, conjunct Uranus at 17 degrees. So this is really drawing in that commitment to your authentic self in your creative area of your life. Juno's an asteroid committing to something long term through the good, the bad, and the ugly. But you know, so you be mindful of what it is that you're committing to. Venus at the same time is Venus at the same time is sextiling Neptune in Pisces. Your, you know, how you dream, how you draw your connectivity of your creation energy into the way that you communicate, into the fantasies and dreams and multi-dimensional possibilities of Neptune in the way that you communicate in your local community. So really facilitating that energy at the moment that of how you communicate and what it is that you need. Lots of what your needs are feels like they're being facilitated and strengthened at this time. My hand has now gone over to my heart chakra and up to my throat. After this, and I won't be pulling cards for either of the lunations, so I'll be doing a video for the Libra full moon, and also now on the 20th of April for the second new moon in Aries. I really recommend checking out the the spring equinox and the Aries new moon video that we've just gone through. Like, that energy is very potent and very relevant to this second new moon. I will be doing a second new moon on it, second video on it, but it's essentially, if you don't have time, short story, this period that we're in now, we're clearing so much stuff out. It's a quick reboot, and then we're going to be having the big reboot, which is because it's going to be a hybrid eclipse. The nodes are still going to be in Taurus and Scorpio, but it's very close to those eclipses because it's happening at 29 degrees of Aries. Like, big power boss Aries energy coming through for us all in your home, like really giving you strength, quantum leaps, new multi-dimensional ways of existing coming through. On the 23rd or 24th of April, depending on when you live, a couple of days after this new moon, so still very potent energy of that new moon, the new beginnings, seeds that you're planting, new blueprints that are being created, we have Mars will be sextiling Mercury, but this time Mercury will be retrograde, and I think went retrograde 12 hours before this exact sextile. So one of the first aspects of Mercury's retrograde is talking to Mars, and Mars is talking to Mercury, and this is at 15 degrees of Cancer and Taurus respectively. This is the middle point of these two signs, so a very, very potent energy coming through of really everything that you've been learning with Mars being in Cancer, what it is that you want, how you're motivated to respond in a very intuitive and beautifully sensitive way to the dynamics that you want in your one-to-one relationships, and feeding that into your creation energy that Mercury is then going to go over. It's going to be in retrograde for a while. I love retrogrades. I know they get a bad rep, but imagine you've got an exam and you can't study for it. That's what, you know, direct motion can feel like sometimes, where you're just steaming straight ahead. And whereas the retrograde, you're revising, you're having a do-over, you're able to revisit things and think things over and nuance. We learn from our mistakes and what's come up. We learn to change our mind, especially with this retrograde with Mercury. And changing our minds is one of the most fundamental, amazing things that we can do as a species. And if only more of us were open to being wrong and changing, we would be in a lot healthier space. Anyway, I try not to rant. So we've got this retrograde right at the beginning. So all this energy of what you need from your one-to-one relationships is feeding into that Mercury journey, and it's sort of setting that up. So at the same time, the moon and Venus, so Venus, the ruler of Taurus, where Mercury is, the moon, the ruler of Cancer, where Mars is in Gemini. This is in your 6th house of work, routine, and health. So your emotional needs, your instinctive responses, how you take care of yourself, with Venus, bringing harmony and cohesion and beauty and appreciation to the hard work that you do, the really getting you to be able to, all that energy that Mars put into that house for 8 months is being harmonized and brought together with the moon and Venus, and all that energy is feeding into Mercury and Mars at this time. Right, so getting your work, prioritizing your work finding pleasure in your work, finding interest, being stimulated by it, and your health and your routines, and how that's important to bring balance and longevity to your one-to-one relationships and your creative energy. The sun will be sextiling Saturn on this day. Saturn, again, in your third house of communication and local community. The sun now in Taurus, of your creative energy, shining light, giving vitality to that creative energy. You know, really doing something with Mercury being in that sign. I'll do a separate video on that, but tapping into the power of perhaps collaboration on a one-to-one basis with people, with Mars being in the 7th house, of doing something creative and bringing something into force, especially with that sun with that sextile, again, aspect of Venus, inspiration, creativity, harmony, bringing love and appreciation to that creative thing, your creative spark of who you are, and getting it in line with your own integrity and authority and structure and foundations that you are forming with that Saturn transit. I think I've pulled cards for that one in the Saturn transit. In your third house, of how you communicate and what it is you do on a day-to-day basis, and the local community that you're involved in. Right. So we have the final aspect. This is Mars square. So we've got the first square. So all of the aspects that we've had have been sextiles and trines. These are very inspirational, free-flowing energy. They don't necessarily manifest, and this is not particularly true, but this is a time of cultivation. Things may very much also crop up during this time. But the square energy, again, that's ruled by Mars. This can bring about conflict, drama, frustration, competition. But, when those things come up, as I always say, be mindful of them. Check in with them. See what they're trying to tell you. Okay, they wanted to move the Blade card to the forefront for you, Capricorn. If you haven't watched the introduction, I read out what the Blade is all about. It might be interesting to go back and check that one out. Chiron, wounds, healing, ties, cutting, energetic. Okay, interesting. So again, I said, see what comes up that is asking you to understand that energy. And also, when we do that, we also open up the space for friction, which is another form of the square. So, rather than these two energies butting heads against one another, which is the 90-degree angle that forms the square, you're getting these energies to work together to produce things in the 3D linear time frame, because we need friction in order for things to manifest in this reality that we're very consciously aware of. And this is happening at, as I said, 17 degrees of those signs. Actually, I don't know if I said that. And what can this mean? This can mean that you're doing deep transformational action in healing those wounds that you have in the 4th house, and how that's affecting your one-to-one relationships. And so this can manifest in however you intuitively feel that this is going to be relevant for you. My practice with cutting ties is being very mindful in transmuting that energy, like surrendering to it, being at peace with it, forgive but don't condone, and getting that energy to shift and change, at least in your energetic field. It doesn't necessarily have to be in theirs, but the more that we do that, the more that these energies don't necessarily stick to us, and we don't necessarily have to do the cutting. However, Mars is very much linked into cutting and severing. So this can very much be part of your practice. What I say is bearing no judgment on that practice. It's a very potent one in a lot of shamanic experiences. The moon will be in Leo during this time for you, Capricorn. And this is in your 8th house. This is your give and take of relationships. This is others' resources, outside world resources. This is the give and receive, the loop of that feedback loop of your time, your money, your things, ideas, whatever intimacy. I always talk about this, is like, I can understand why intimacy is used for the 8th house, not because that Scorpio rules it. I don't believe that. It's not part of my practice. But the fact that when we are exchanging with others, it's a very intimate thing to do. It can be very intimate and very vulnerable. And so I love how the moon is here for you, especially with this combination between the 4th and the 7th. Especially, we have a lot of trauma in the 4th, and it's not just linked into our lineage. I've talked about this so many times. It's our parents, our our experience, the collective past lives, galactic energy, that this is a great time to heal those wounds. Certainly that's been a lot of messages that have come up for you, Capricorn, of doing that work with all that stuff going on in Aries, of starting a new beginning, starting afresh. And so this is, this is a good week after that new moon. So yeah, I was just trying to work out, that'll be, I'm trying to think, so the next moon is in Taurus, so it's kind of squaring that new moon, that we'll have a full moon in Scorpio, so it's almost halfway to where that Scorpio, let me check. Yes, it is. And I didn't really need to check. I just should have just looked further down my list of aspects, because that will be in the second part where I talk about the eclipse that's happening on the 5th of May. And this is kind of that squaring that energy. I think that's at 14 degrees of Taurus. So with the moon in Leo, that's kind of squaring where this, again, activating a lot of eclipses, that we had that full moon in Leo. I do recommend checking those out, because they were very potent energy coming through that we're still working in with all these fixed signs. Anyway, my point is the fact that this is coming up with this combination of these two things of really getting you in touch with your emotional needs, when it comes to that give and take in you and the outside world. This can also link into like inheritance, big money, your relationship with the universe as well, what you give and take with the universe. So that's input, that's affecting Mars. So the give and take that you need, and your needs being met in that area of your life, is feeding into your one-to-one relationships and Mars, and your motivation and your drive to interact and ask and want those things in your life. And Mars rules Aries, so that's all of that chain is impacting what's going on in Chiron, of being able to create new ways and heal new spaces, linked into your boundaries with the give and take with others. So that's the final aspect. I'm gonna shuffle until the energies want me to stop. So do bear with me. As I say in the introductions, this is usually when I go a little quiet, because I'm letting the monkey mind calm down so the energies can come through, and then we'll be moving the cards around, and it's just it's a little difficult to channel, think and talk at the same time, as well as moving things around. Okay, so let's see where these all want to go. Very slow energy. There's a softness to this Capricorn. So we have this is for the energy of I have to keep doing this. Mars moving through Gemini, and this is it was in your 6th house of work, health, and routine. So this, I'm not surprised the 7 of Wands is coming up of feeling there's a restlessness, there's a sense of procrastination that can come about with the 7 of Wands, but also not necessarily feeling like you've got all your resources with that retrograde of having to go over things and figure out what it is that you need, which area of your life you're going to prioritize, and just a lot of frenetic energy of having to do lots of different things with that Mars being in that. But also, you got Gemini there, so you are capable of doing lots of things. Gemini energy has that ability to hold space for lots of different there's a freneticism with Gemini, but it can be very, very useful. But what's come out the other side of that is, rather than feeling like you don't have the resources that you need, or just not necessarily prioritizing in the right way because you're having to go over and do over lots of things. We've got the Ace of Pentacles. This is a new way of looking at work. This is a fresh, a revitalization, having you've gone through the portal of really feeling renewed after this energy, which can feel like you've, as I said, procrastination, or that you haven't necessarily got all the resources that you need, that now you've learnt what you need to prioritize and what's important to you, and being able to have this fresh, brilliant ace come in has very potent energy to help facilitate you, strengthen your work, your routine, and how you take care of your health. So for Mars moving through Cancer, we've got a lot of cards come up here. But so, after figuring out what it is that you need on a work, health, routine basis, you're now applying that information of how your one-to-one relationships matching up with this new strength that you have. And you've got the 10 of Swords of feeling immobilized by certain relationships, feeling that you aren't supported. There's a sense of betrayal in your one-to-one relationships. Doesn't have to be all of them, can just be some of them that might have been having an impact on you. And to the point that, I always, with this card, when it's in, you see that all the swords are along the spine, and that's where a lot of our trauma is stored. And so this can also relate to clearing out of old wounds, of ancestral healing, of those stuck energies. Mars is going to help you be able to embody and move forward, especially with what we've got coming up, that of releasing that energy and then being able to resurrect yourself. We've then got the 5 of Cups. This is feeling, excuse me one second, that's the postman. Apologies, Capricorn. Where was I? I was talking about, so now you've got the 5 of Cups, which is a sense of grief, a sense of loss, a sense of pain over these relationships that you may have been through, of not being able to shift that energy, and see that there are in fact 2 cups, but it's just a general a grief of things that have passed. That we've also got the 2 of Swords, and this is about like 2 energies coming together. This has come up a few times actually with these readings. 2 energies, opposing forces pushing against one another. Mars does opposite represent the square of those 2 energies, not being able to see eye to eye and work together, and being very stubborn, and getting to the point where you're feeling like you're immobile and you're not able to make a decision. You're not able to move out of this space because of just this oppressive sense of ideas of what relationships should be. But we have sorry, my fingers are just clicking around my head and up and down the chakras. And my hand went to the back of the cards and has now gone on the Magician. Right, I'll talk more about the Magician later. We've got the Ace of Wands. This is renewal of passion. This is a big new burst of energy coming through, and a real change of the way that you tap into your passion, your creativity, your inspiration. There's a sense of strength here with that Ace of Wands. And we've got the Six of Cups. So this follows the Five of Cups. We've got a 5 and then a 6. And the 6 is being able to look at the past fondly. And I really feel with this Ace and the 6 combined with these energies of what Mars is doing is helping you be able to embody. So the 6 of Cups is about looking at the past fondly and being able to appreciate what's gone on in the past and smell the roses, basically. So you see the figure is being handed something that represents the past, and being able to not get triggered by previous relationships and have this new lease of life of how you're then going to move forward with those relationships. 2 aces. Okay, that kind of makes more sense, that you go through this transition phase of being able to look back at these situations with ease. It doesn't necessarily have to be fondly. It just is certainly releasing that tension, releasing that stress, that deep intensity that you've got with the the tens is a culmination period. It's saying things are shifting and moving. And then with the Ace, having been able to work through that, and Mars helping you release those things in the emotional body linked into those relationships. Oh, my body's just sunk down. My hands are at my hairline, so sort of like that, pointing upwards. But I'm loving these 2 aces, so real sense of renewal here. Very potent energy coming through. We have, for the first aspect, this is with Saturn in your local community and how you communicate. This is getting the lay of the land. And with the Knight of Pentacles, this is slow and steady wins the race to get you to what you need on in the tangible world based on the passions that you're working on. So I can see both of these sort of intermingling with one another. And again, it doesn't just have to be romantic relationships. This can be business relationships, the kind of people that you want to work with on an intimate basis, the kind of friends that you want around with you to help support. I feel like there's a lot of Saturn and Mars combined. I get protection energy from these 2. They are traditionally malefics, but I'm getting strong protection energy. They are both in water signs. They are both in yin and night signs. They're very receptive. They're wanting to protect and defend, rather than go out and attack during this time. So we've got these are both kind of slowish cards. And, this is the beginning of both of these transits. So this is long-term manifestation, really understanding this new landscape that you're in, and explore it and get to understand it. The more that we get those strong foundations, the more that we're able to manifest moving forward. And then the Knight of Pentacles, as I said, slow and steady wins the race. Really being able to through your actions, defend your needs on a tangible basis in the 3D world. We have 4, this is on the 4th or 5th of April. This is just before the full moon in Libra, when Mars is going to be sextiling the North Node in your creation energy and trining the South Node in Scorpio. The moon will be in Libra, as I said. This is your 10th house of career energy. So you're getting a real illumination and boost while dealing with deep emotional healing with that Sun conjunct Chiron around this time. So we've got the Page of Pentacles, a new way of looking at your work, heralding in a new potentially a new job, but certainly a freshness, a vitality coming in with how you connect to your innate creativity, your creation energy, and how that's going to be supported by the strength of defending your emotional space in your one-to-one relationships. That's freeing up this ability to bring in this Page of Pentacles of, that sextile with the North Node, of all that information that you've been learning and cultivating with this cycle of looking at things with fresh eyes. And we've got the moon here, and this is about working with your deep intuition, your sensitivity. It can also be about releasing illusions and moving out of that dream space. But I'm getting with that South Node in your hopes and your dreams of really be, and with all this thing, with everything in water, you've got water and earth, quite a lot of water and earth here, of being able, water nourishes earth and earth gives water a structure, of being supported. Your dreams are being supported, and there's a sense of being able to tap into your intuitive body and contemplate and dream different perspectives of where you're headed and what it is that you want. This is the sextile with Mercury, when Mercury is direct on the 7th or 8th of April. And this is inner balance. This is getting in touch with our instinctive emotional responses and harmonizing them with our cognitive thoughts. So very Mars and Mercury combination, actually, if you think about it. Mars can be very impulsive, Mars can be very instinctive, and Mercury is definitely our cognitive way of thinking, of bringing these two into balance, our intuition and your ability to think and communicate with yourself with this sextile in your creative energy, like ideas really coming through at this time. Like it might be when you're doing things with people who you really care about, that this cultivation of inspiration is coming up. But certainly, again, that balance that we've got, this strength that we've got of being able to harness your creation energy cognitively and get it to be in tune with your emotional responses. Because we're going to be revisiting. We're going to be doing a lot of revisiting of this energy with the retrograde that we've got. And at the same time, the moon is in Scorpio, of your hopes and your dreams, like prioritizing getting yourself in balance and getting your vibrational level in harmony with every aspect of who you are, in order for your hopes and your dreams and the kind of big groups that you want to draw towards you have the needs that you have here are affecting your one-to-one relationships and getting you to be stronger and more authentic with yourself, particularly with everything going on in Aries. So we have, following that, this is after the second Aries new moon at 29 degrees. We have on the 23rd and 24th of April. This is another sextile with Mercury, but this is when it's retrograde. So this is at 15 degrees, and the moon and Venus are in Gemini, your work, your routine, your health. So that's having an impact on I love the rest card. This is the rest card, the Four of Swords. This is knowing that you are held, but taking your time over something. This is the beginning of the retrograde. You're going to be revisiting things. Spend time in, we're dealing with earth and water again, yin and night signs, receptivity, meditation, being in nature, being still, letting ideas come to you. My hand is now tapping on my third eye. And the Star card, I love this. This is, what the journey that you're going on with this retrograde and how you're embodying your emotional responses with your one-to-one relationships is getting you in line with your authentic self. She is unclothed. She is not masking anything. She is, as I said, like as close as she can be to who she truly is after deep emotional healing. The Star card follows the Tower card. Interestingly, I don't think the Tower card, maybe once, maybe... it hasn't, that's the Mars card. It's not really coming up in this dynamic. We're dealing with a very different Mars right now, and I'm very appreciative of that space. that this is about deep emotional healing and releasing. And you know, I talked a lot about the generational stuff that all still applies with the star card, of bringing in the earth and the galactic energy, and bringing that together. It's also about, I said, hopes and dreams, and again, you know, we're kind of still dealing with that nodal axis, because Mars does rule Scorpio, the sign where your hopes and your dreams are. That we're able to, you know, the star card, shining your light, shining, you know, acknowledging your own star qualities. And by really shining your own light, you are able to tend to your needs in your one-to-one relationships and the needs of others, but from a really authentic space. And at the same time, this is when the sun is sextiling Saturn. So the sun is now in Taurus, as I said, bringing illumination to your creation energy, that essence of who you are, that when we tend to that and heal that, and we have a lot of inner wounds here, our inner child is here, that when we tend to that, we're able to heal and then dream big and be that star. I love this. I'm loving this. Trine Saturn, like your long-term commitments to your voice and your local community and what you do in it. Love it, love it, love it. It's also where you do a lot of writing in the third house. A lot of charts linked into authors and people who work in newspapers. It's the things like writing on a regular basis, doing something on a regular basis, as well as that communication, how you're communicating your thoughts onto paper or whatever other medium that you're doing. So for the final aspect, this is the square with Chiron. So there are a lot of, you know, when I was talking about that, a lot of energy was coming up. It then wanted to have the blade card come up. And we've got the King of Swords with one sword. The clarity and truth and higher perspective that the king has is such a strong energy. It's such a strong energy coming through of the clarity of your understanding about the situations. And really, like, it's not touching you. You are strong in the way that you communicate in your one-to-one relationships. Your authority in that space from a very healthy dynamic. I just get the feeling it can't be messed with. Like, you're really able to communicate very clearly with what you've been digging up and revealing in your fourth house, and have an understanding of why these things are happening and where you're headed. Like, the king knows what it's doing. It's not the knight, it's not the page. It's very sure of itself. It's in command of the situation. So now my hand is just bashing my head. And over the lips. So over the mind and over the lips. Third eye. Yeah, love this energy, because we've got the Nine of Cups. This is a very positive card. This is the wish fulfilled card. Make a wish. But also, for me, the Nine of Cups is about embodiment of this sense of abundance and this sense of gratitude in every area of your life. And when we do that, when we really hold space for that we are transforming the situation. We are creating a new reality from the King of Swords of what's going on, a new structure, and it's bringing about a sense of gratitude and understanding and wishes being fulfilled, perhaps. You know, I'm wary of saying that as a card, because, you know, energetically it's a bit of a cop-out, but sometimes that can be very, very valid for what's going on right now, because the moon's in Leo. So, you know, setting boundaries about your give and take with others, and doing so with command, and how that's going to have you're telling your body that you're safe. You're telling your body that you have boundaries with the outside world. Okay, for the energies moving forward. Swift change to collaboration. The Three of Pentacles, my favorite card. This is about knowing your own mastery, knowing the skills that you have to bring to the table, and bringing that kind of, we're now shifting that energy very quickly, you know, rapid change of bringing people in who you can collaborate with, who are able to create something beautiful and long lasting. That can be friends, romantic, business. And then we've got the Hierophant and the Magician, very powerful cards. So, you know, this is, in the old deck was the Guru card. This is being your own guru. Through your own journey, your own experience, you've come to understand things. This is being very, there's a sense of authority with the Hierophant. It's also very much linked into social structures, and be able to have command with those and be integral to your own agenda and your own space with that, and being able to communicate that outward in your relationships. Like, this is the Taurus energy. This is your creative energy. How is this going to have strength and longevity long term? And then we've got the Magician, so manifesting. No, why was I going to talk about that? I can't remember which. Oh, forgive me, Capricorn, because I was like, oh, I'll talk about the Magician in a second, but my brain has just gone completely skablunk. It's one of yeah. Anyway, the Magician, being able to take action based on knowing that you have all the resources that you need. You are strong. You are able to cultivate your own environment. You are able to bring things into your life from the actions that you take, from the boundaries that you're setting, from the way that you're harnessing what it is that you need in your one-to-one relationships. It is creating a very safe space for you in your own individuality. Love this for you, Capricorn. Like, the Magician, such a powerful card. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification. That one just popped right out. That's gone over. That's gone. Okay, so that's the Saturn transit, the sextile with the North and South node, and the sextile with Mercury direct. Yeah, as I said at the beginning, give from your source and not from your cup. Tend to your needs. Got the Surrender card. Surrendering those energies from your life, transmuting them. Just got a big energetic release. Right, that was the numerology deck. I might probably pull some more cards from that. Now I'm going to pull cards from the First Light Tarot. This is a mixture, of major arcana, question cards, statement cards, and keyword cards. So let's see what wants to come through, what messages might have been missed in the tarot, or clarification or reconfirmation of the what we've already gone through. I love this card. Portal, passageways. Yeah, stepping through a new portal. Just had an energetic release. Portal, self-love, King of Swords. Yeah, this King was really, out of all of the cards, even though there's a lot of major arcana, this one speaks to me the most of what you're growing into and what you're learning to realize you've always had within you at all times. Fool, voyage, journey, progress, pathways. Going on a new journey, Capricorn. A new way of dealing with your one-to-one relationships. A new way of asking what you want without sacrificing your, it's just a fresh way of looking at those relationships and engaging with them, and what's coming towards you and what kind of relationships are coming towards you. You know, interestingly, like, you are the Magician and capable of manifesting your own interactions with your one-to-one relationships, but also kind of getting, these are the kind of energies that will come through in your one-to-one relationships, like, you know, matching like with like. And, you know, the Magician energy for the 7th house is like really drawing in people of a vibrational level that can help you tap into your own Magician energy, as well as transform. Got the control card. Yeah, there's a lot of some clearing out going on. Oh, my head just rolled all the way back. You know, that was the Two of Swords? I think it was. Yeah. Of like really, and the Ten of Swords, of really feeling between a rock and a hard place. And not being able to speak, not being able to see, not, you know, you're the vessel of those swords rather than having any agency in that card. This is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Did I say that? I don't think I did. I put all the decks in the description box, and I will write all of these aspects in the description box as well. I know it's a lot of information, but that's just how I roll. Yeah, so you can perhaps go and look at it and maybe write some in your journal. Status, Jupiter in Taurus. Getting you in balance. What one was that? That was the Mercury, the first Mercury sextile of bringing your relationship status into balance. Just had an energetic release with that. Being able to communicate your truth. We've got extremism. Yeah, not surprised with that Ten of Swords. Yeah. Really clearing out some stuff there, Capricorn. What was I saying about, yeah, getting, you know, you got Mercury in your house creation energy, and really getting your one-to-one relationships in line with you, your balance, your inner strength. Just had an energetic energy come into my mouth. Go back to the First Light Tarot. Soul identity, family. A new tangible interaction, bringing in your soul family, connecting to your soul identity. So that soul identity's just gone on the full card of the new journey. Reboot. Reboot. For so many of us, it's insane. I didn't want that one. Oh, they went back to the First Light Tarot. Yeah, I keep forgetting to mention in the introduction, sometimes cards won't come out because they want to do some energy work and clear something out. Oh, I've got a strange sensation in the back of my neck. Just had an energetic release. So I relate my interaction when I'm doing energetic work at the back of my body rather than at the front, in terms of the chakras, is it's very much linked into past lives, ancestors, all just that dynamic that, you know, you're either clearing out things from that space. My hands are now moving back and forth from the front and the back of my throat. You know, Taurus does rule the throat. Yeah, so I always link what's going on is sort of either getting messages from the past of support or helping clear out that energy, and heal. You know, it goes both ways. What we're doing now in the present is having an impact. Code, puzzles, synchronicities, coincidences. So it's now just gone over my throat again. Okay. Let's see what wants to go with that card. More things to be revealed, Capricorn. Okay, back to the tarot. I do enjoy these readings, even if I do appreciate they're long, they're long. Ten of Cups. Oh, again, I've got that. And sensation in my neck. Clearing out your authentic voice. Just had an energetic release, Capricorn. Change. A change is going to come, guys. That's come up for a few people. Time out. Yeah, good. When was that? That was the retrograde. So, yeah, that's, you know, getting in a meditative state, seeing what comes through, allowing yourself time and stillness. Just had energy come into my body. You know, we can be very much rushing all over the place and feeling very overwhelmed by everything that's going on. And sometimes we don't give ourselves a time out. Got originality, Mercury in Aquarius. So you're really drawing in your creative energy, because that's gone with the sextile to the North Node and South Node. Your creative energy and your hopes and your dreams for your communities and the groups and alliances that you have are original, and we want them to come through. Innovation. Shifting gear in your relationships, as I said, you know, strange and wonderful magical things coming through, especially with that Magician card. Okay, there's quite a few readings where duplicates have been coming through, which is sort of highlighting, you know, that's saying telepathy, intellect, intuition, animals. As you say, you've got Taurus in your creative house of being able to tap into the nature and let it support you. Okay, so getting an idea of what this code, coincidences, synchronicities, puzzles is about is when you're out and about in nature, that you're going to get inspiration and ideas about what it is that you need, what it is that you want, what it is that you're transforming, and what direction that you're headed in. And the clarity. Maybe go for walks, guys. Go for walks. Be in nature. Let your mind be free. See what comes through. What clarity, what inspiration that you're getting from the universe. Right, I'm going to do one more card from the numerology deck, because this is a lot. But as I said, I love it. I just, you know, I could be going all day long. Fine. One day, me and the energies are going to be able to have a a clearer line of communication. It's probably my own fault because I don't meditate. I mean, I do in my own way, but I find it very hard to surrender the mind. I have Mercury on my ascendant. It's pretty hardwired in there. Justice. Things coming into balance, guys. Your relationships coming into balance in a sense of equity, rights being wronged. Also, Libra card, you have Libra in the 10th house of that, yeah, illumination and understanding and clarity about that area of your life. Right, I am going to leave it at that because I could be going all day long. And, yeah, got as much as I'd love to. Got stuff to do. Mostly doing Sagittarius's reading, and then I'm done for the day. All right, guys, I really appreciate you listening and being here and sharing your energy with me. If this resonates, if you want to pay this forward to the big outside world, things that can help the algorithm, liking the video, putting a comment in, that can just be an emoji. You don't have to write anything personal about yourself. Subscribing if you're not subscribed, welcome all new viewers. Sharing this with people, I appreciate. That's also quite vulnerable to do. I have no expectations of you doing any of this. It's just if this resonates and you want to pay it forward so other people can connect to it, the algorithm then sends it out into the world, like random people can find it. Also, typing in the name of the channel and watching the video via that search can really help boost the algorithm, as well as watching more than one video in a row. As I said, I have no expectations. This is not me trying to push it. I'm just explaining to you if you feel so inclined and want to share this with others. Those are the ways that you can help the algorithm. Right, guys? Obviously, I'd love to hear from you, but you do whatever you need to do. But I just, yeah, sending a lot of love and support, Capricorn. Be well until we meet again. Sagittarius rising. How you doing, Sag? So for those of you just tapping into the Sagittarius energy, the messages in the tarot and how the planets and energies are talking to one another will still apply, just in a different area of your life. For Sagittarius rising, you are having this transit in with Mars in Cancer in your 8th house. This is the house of shared resources, opposite the house of your resources. So this is like time, money, things, ideas, whatever it is. This is the exchange, the give and take between you and the outside world. This house is also linked into inheritance, 3D inheritance, cosmic inheritance, taxes, mortgages, car loans, all these sorts of things that, like, there's sort of the chunk of money that you're exchanging. As well as this is a house of transformation. You know, the other word for that is death, but we don't deal with, I don't really bring that into this channel because I deal with mostly that inner work that we're doing. Again, also the way that modern astrologers look at the 8th house is intimacy. I can see how that applies with the fact that this is the house of give and take, rather than the fact that it's linked into Scorpio. What else does this house represent? Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's a lot going on in this house, and this is in conjunct your Sagittarius energy. That applies to Sagittarius rising or Sagittarius in general. And in conjunct, this is traditionally they don't have sorry, the energies are just being a bit playful. They don't have anything in common, really. So Sagittarius is a fire, mutable, day yin yang sign. Cancer is a water, cardinal, night yin sign. So, you know, it's as if you're having a conversation where you've got ostensibly you coming from very different places, and it can just be a bit awkward, a bit uncomfortable until you get that conversation flowing, and then you kind of realize that we're all, you know, there's similarities. We're able to come and understand, but also appreciate different perspectives with this. There can be a sense of, you know, like really admiring somebody who has a skill that you don't think is in your repertoire. So again, it's difficult information to sort of process. It can feel just a little, as I say, uncomfortable, a bit difficult. But there's great power here with the in conjunct. So I link it into hopping on one leg, patting your head, and moving your hand around in a circle on your stomach. This, actually human beings struggle with multitasking, and this is something that some people are really good at this, but it can be a bit of a challenge. But with practice, with consideration, with real thought about these different perspectives and bringing them together, once you do sort of bring these energies, you're able to think in very unique ways. You're opening up different neural pathways to help bring in information. Again, our charts are collaborative. These energies want to help us out. They want us to be able to get in touch with our true authentic self. So that's the kind of energy that's going on with this transit in Cancer. Mars in the 8th house in Cancer. What might this look like? Being embodied and confident in your emotional needs and how you are motivated and driven in the give and take relationship that you have with, it can be with anybody, not just like the big outside world. And really getting that in line with what your needs truly are with the moon here. With the moon, with Cancer being in your 8th house, you might feel that you nourish the outside world, that you give more, that you're tending to others' needs rather than your own. It could also be the other way around, where the outside world is very supportive of your emotional needs. My hand's just gone over my heart chakra. But also like really being able to bring this into balance and being able to feel like your needs are being met and you're also able to nourish others. This is our instinctive emotional responses. You might have a very fluid relationship with how this, the moon is very movable and changes quite a lot. That your relationship with how you give and your take changes a fair amount. There's also a deep sense of sensitivity and intuition here. So being able to connect to what other people need, being able to connect with the wisdom of the outside world and the resources of the outside world through that intuition that you have with the moon being there. Normally I would look to where the moon is. I mean, I will be with all the aspects, but the moon rules Cancer, and so what's going on with the moon is having an impact with whatever's going on in Cancer. So it's going to be impacting Mars's transit. The moon moves every couple of days. It's going to go around the zodiac at least twice. So every area of your chart is going to get dinged and going to have an impact on Mars. So there's a very transformational aspect of whatever's going on in Cancer for all of us. But do look to where your natal moon is in your natal chart, because this is going to add a flavor of how this is going to show up in your life, and that's going to be very personal to you. We are dealing with a Mars transit. I usually they don't move these cards around very much until I get to the end. I'm going to keep shuffling. You can through your intuition work out what kind of messages are coming through. Because we're dealing with a Mars transit, what's going on with Mars is going to impact and level up the signs that it rules, and it rules Aries and Scorpio. For you Sagittarius, you have Aries in your 5th house, a fellow fire sign. There's a lot of energy going on in this area of your life, a lot of leveling up, a lot of real creative spark going on. And so with this Mars transit of your give and your take with the outside world, perhaps you're going to find collaboration with others, resources from the outside world that is going to facilitate how your creative energy is given away and what you do with it and how you cultivate it. Just having a shake around the root chakra right now. Also Scorpio, and that's in your 12th house. That's your hidden house. That's the house of mysteries. So this is linked into the constructs of who we think we are, and these can often be very hidden from us. A lot of unconscious, subconscious dynamics going on there. This is also a magical house, that which is unseen. That's what the mysteries, the occult. So stuff can come up here, but also like your give and take with the outside world, the 8th house where Mars is, can help you get to understand the give and take that you have, those hidden parts of who you are, and integrate those parts of who you are and get it more in line with perhaps that unconscious part of who you, that soul part of who you are that wants to bring this relationship back into balance. What are you going to defend on an emotional basis? How are you motivated to take action? Is Mars in Cancer, like defending your needs and and how you share your resources with the outside world? And perhaps Mars coming along as a figure from the outside world of giving you support and giving you strength to help nourish who you are and where you want to go. I was shaking quite a lot during that. So that's the kind of general energy that is going. You've had the South Node in Scorpio as well. So you've really been refining that, all those different parts of who you are, of purifying what you need to understand and take forward, and letting go of probably a lot of structures and a lot of concepts that are limited beliefs and outdated systems, as well as a deep intensity of cultivating that magic that we find here. Yeah, it's the house of self-undoing, and that's usually because the work that we do here, we change who we are, and there's a grieving period with that. Can be needing to withdraw and be in isolation, particularly with the South Node, which is very much about going inward and clarifying rather than going outward. That is the North Node. And yeah, there's a lot going on there, which I'll talk more about with the aspects. So there's going to be 8 piles. There's going to be a pile for Mars's journey through Mercury. I keep saying Mercury's journey through Germany. There's going to be a pile for so that's all that we've learned, all that we've let go of and moved past, and like the energy that's being carried forward from Gemini. And then the overall general energy of Mars for you in Cancer. Then there's going to be 5 aspects. And the final pile, I'm not doing the full, whoa. Had an intense response to the death card in the world. I'm not going to be doing the full transit. I'm breaking this halfway through, and I will be doing a second series for the second month of Mars moving through Cancer. So I'll be doing 5 aspects. They'll be each their individual piles, but I was talking about, so the energy, the final pile is kind of like the energy that's being cultivated, that's being taken forward into the next cycle. Or the next part, sorry, not necessarily next cycle, the next part of Mars's journey through Cancer. So the first aspect, this is with Saturn in Pisces at 2 degrees, trining Mars at 2 degrees of Cancer. This is on the 30th. For those of you who might be watching this after the event, don't worry, it doesn't mean you've missed out on that energy. That energy is still very prominent. And this also gives you a good way of tapping into that energy and being able to utilize the messages that come through. My hand is moving from my third eye to my heart chakra as I'm saying this. And also, as I said, being able to revisit what you might have an idea of what came up at that time, and being able to add more inspiration and understanding and wisdom to the intuitive messages that you pick up from the cards and the messages that come through just generally. A trine with Saturn, and this is in your 4th house of home. So this is your roots, your foundations, your private life. This is your parents. A lot of trauma can be found here. A lot of clearing out can be done here, especially with Saturn moving through Pisces. But it's giving structure to your home. You know, with that Pisces, that boundlessness, you could, there's a sense of the nomad of you in terms of your home. There's an expansion there. That Saturn moving through there is again, helping you get it integral with what it is that you need with those dynamics. A sense of responsibility, a sense of maturity. And so the trine with Mars in the 8th house of give and take, of what you're getting from the world, perhaps seeking a new home and finding one that suits your needs during this time. What motivates you to engage in wherever it is that you're living, and really get that more in line with your emotional needs. So on the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live, Mars will be sextiling the North Node in Taurus, which for you is in your 6th house of work, health and routines. So we've had the eclipse season. We're nearly up. The nodes will be moving into Aries and Libra in July. So we're processing and working through and embodying everything that we've been learning from the eclipse cycle. And also Mars is feeding energy of so your work, your health, your routine, what that exchange is that you want with your work, with your health, with your routines, with other people, with the outside world, that energy of how you embody in your actions what it is that you need, feeding into the North Node for the rest of its journey in Taurus. Again, it's a sextile. It's an aspect of Venus, bringing in a sense of harmony, creativity, appreciation. Perhaps you're going to feel appreciated in your work during this time, and just appreciate the work that you do on a very personal level. Also, so this is happening at 5 degrees of all of the signs that I'm talking about. So that's Taurus, Scorpio, and Cancer. So it's going to be trining the South Node in Cancer at 5 degrees. The South Node in Scorpio. And again, that's a trine, an aspect of Jupiter bringing about inspiration, elevation, integration, a sense of generosity, a sense of opportunities coming through, of uncovering that unconscious part of who you are, uncovering that magic, that real integration that you've had with that South Node, and Mars, and what it is that you need from the outside world, that transformational space, also your relationship with the universe, that give and take with the universe, feeding on an emotional basis, like how are you motivated to take action in terms of what you want from the external, and what you give from your internal space. And the 12th house is very much your internal space, so you're getting a lot of support from your unconscious at this time, and Mars is feeding back into the South Node's journey before it's moving into a Libra, so really giving inspiration from the outside world about how you can tap into the hidden part of who you are. The moon will be in Libra, and this is in your 11th house of hopes, dreams, wishes, groups and alliances and friends, big groups of friends, the kind of vibrational frequency that you want to draw towards you. And so the moon is impacting what's going on with Mars. And the moon also is linked into the nodes, because the nodes are linked into the moon. So, the eclipses, sorry, that was a roundabout way of saying it. So there's a lot of importance with the moon here. And so really getting your a nourishment from your hopes and your dreams, and from the people that you're around in your groups and your alliances, because this is like a couple of hours before the full moon that's happening in Libra on the 6th or 5th, depending on where you live. So there's a real illumination here. There's a sense of integration, of receiving the divine light from the sun with the moon, shining a light on, so again, your hopes and dreams, what is it that you want in order to be able to bring into balance your give and take with the outside world, and also the kind of dynamics and big groups that you want to be in, and how your needs being met in these groups. The sun will be conjunct Chiron in Aries. So that's in your 5th house of your creation energy, helping you illuminate the wounds that you have in that area. That can be linked into romance, dating, also children. But these are all aspects that stem from our creation energy. So really getting a lot of healing done at this time, just before, it's going to be conjunct at the full moon. So this is really, I'm going to be doing a separate video on this and pulling cards. So do go check that out if you feel so inclined. And then maybe come back to the rest of this reading and see what messages come through there to help facilitate your journey moving forward. On the 7th or 8th of April, this is a couple of days after the full moon, this is when Mars will be sextiling Mercury in Taurus, and you have Taurus in your 6th house of work. Let me just think for a second. Yeah. Sorry, my mind went blank then. Your 6th house of work, health and routine, where the North Node is. I was like, I'm sure I've talked about this, but I couldn't remember why. And so, this is a sextile, sharing information, communicating and bringing harmony, a sense of love and appreciation, a sense of creativity between Mars and Mercury at this time. So Mars will be at 6 degrees of Cancer, Mercury's at 6 degrees of Taurus. And so this is again facilitating how, like, Mercury communicating about how you work, being perhaps very clear at work in what it is that you need, and how you are motivated to take action in those shared resources. Also helping you get in line with your health and your routines, and finding new ways of doing that, because Mercury is going to be going retrograde in Taurus. So at this time, the energy's being a bit funny. At this time, the moon is in Scorpio in your 12th house. and this will be trining Mars and opposing Mercury. So digging up from your unconscious, the hidden part of who you are, that secret part of who you are, getting your emotional instinctive responses, how you nourish that part of who you are, in line with that give and take of what's going on with Mars, because they're in mutual reception, because Scorpio is ruled by Mars and Cancer is ruled by the moon, and so they're in each other's land, they're talking to each other, they're able to share resources quite easily, as well as being in a trine, which is also another way of sharing resources. So lots of support here with the moon, and how you tend to the hidden part of who you are, the very intimate, very private part of who you are, and how that impacts on how you give and how you take, and how you embody that desire and that motivation and that sense of passion from a very instinctive basis. At the same time, we're going to have Juno in a 2-degree orb of Uranus at 15. She's going to be at 15 degrees. Juno's an asteroid of commitment, committing to your authentic self in your work, in your health, in your routines, really bringing in this desire to establish long-term legacy when it comes to that area of your life. Venus will also be in Taurus, making her final aspect of this transit. I recommend checking out the Venus transit, because she is activating every single one of those eclipses, and we're dealing with Mars, who rules the other sign that's linked into the node. So these are all working together. Just had an energetic release. And so she is sextiling Neptune in Pisces, which is in your 11th house of hopes, dreams, hopes, dreams, groups and alliances. And so again, like getting you in touch with one second, let me just pause. Just had a bit of a brain freeze there. So this is Neptune in your 4th house of home, your fantasies, your idealizations, this multi-dimensional capacity of expansion in your home life, with Saturn being there, giving structure and support to where you're at with your home, and what it is that you need from your private life, and combining that with of how you want to get into harmony with your work. So I've pulled a card for that in the Venus transit, so do go check that out. Following that, we are having a second new moon in Aries on the 20th of April. This is a hybrid eclipse. The nodes will still be in Taurus and Scorpio, but this is happening at 29 degrees of Aries. I recommend checking out the spring equinox and that first new moon Aries video, because I go into in depth about this kind of energy that's very potent in Aries right now. But the short story is, this is right now we're in this period of clearing out a lot of karmic debts. Helped and supported by Venus in Taurus, and this new moon, the second new moon, is like essentially a quantum leap in our evolution of who we are from on a multi-dimensional possibilities framework. So very, very potent energy in your 5th house of creative energy. Again, I'm going to be doing a separate video on this, so do check that out. Following that, a couple of days later, we have another sextile with Mercury, but this time Mercury is retrograde and would have gone retrograde, I think it's about 12 hours before the sextile is exact. And this is at 15 degrees of Taurus and 15 degrees of Cancer. So this is the midway point for both of these energies. However, Mercury's now going to go backwards and go over it. I like retrogrades. It's a kind of like you're getting a do-over, you're able to revise, you're able to learn from your mistakes and work out what isn't working for you long term, and what it is that you truly want to do, and really hone your craft of in that area, and that's in your house of work and health and routine. So you're really revisiting, I'll do a separate video on this, but you're revisiting what it is that you need, how you process information in work, how you process information about integrating healthy routines and habits with your health. And so how's this dealing with Mars? So Mars, very potent energy at this 15 degrees, is feeding into Mercury right at the beginning. So like, what is it that you want from the outside world? How are you taking action? How is your emotional responses in terms of your instinctive desire to be in motion and to do and to be feeding into that sixth area house of your life at the beginning of the retrograde. So Mercury's having all that wisdom and understanding from your impulse, is from that that sense of what are you defending, what's important to you in that area of your life. The moon and Venus, so the ruler of Taurus, so where Mercury is, and the ruler of Cancer, where Mars is, the moon and Venus are in Gemini, and you have this in your 7th house of one-to-one relationships. So Venus is coming along, harmonizing what Mars has done for the past 8 months, but as well as doing her own thing. You know, she's not just clearing up after Mars. She does like me to make that clear. And the moon is bringing that sense of what are your emotional needs, how do you tend to others in a way that is facilitating not only to their needs but to your own needs, and just a lot of creativity here with that intuitive space of the moon mixing with the energies of Venus of wanting to bring love and appreciation and harmony to your one-to-one relationships. And so that's all feeding into your give and take and how you apply yourself in your work and your health. The having healthy relationships, this is intimate relationships, so this is business, romantic, friendship, but like a one-to-one kind of commitment base. Having those with a healthy dynamic can really have a positive impact on your 6th house of work, health and routine, and as well as getting you in line with being in balance with your give and take relationship. So I will be doing a Venus transit in Gemini as well, so check that out. So this is all feeding into that dynamic. At the same time, the sun will be now in Taurus, sending light and illumination, inspiration to that area of your life, that 6th house of work, health and routines. It's also co-workers as well. And this will be sextiling Saturn in Pisces in your home, your roots, your foundations, your private life, of getting these in line with each other, getting inspiration about what it is that you want in terms of your work, what it is that you want in terms of taking care of your health, how you want to have healthy routines, feeding into how that can affect Saturn in your home life, like getting that in gear and getting those on the same page. The final aspect that we have is on the 27th of April. This is the first square that we're having. So all the other aspects have been trines and sextiles. This is very harmonious energy, free flowing, easy, collaborative energy. Now we've got a square. So a square is an aspect of Mars. This can bring about conflict, drama, frustration, competition, and this can kick off in so Aries is in your 5th house of creative energy, how you romance, how you date, where you get your fun, your pleasure, children. And so this is linked into shared resources, like maybe you kick off when you don't feel seen, you don't feel cared for, you don't feel like you're getting back what you put in, or it's a rebalancing of the wounds that you may have felt, because the 5th house is also where our inner child hangs out, all the trauma linked into that, of helping clear out that energy. It's been very potent. So as I said, these dramas can come up. When they do, be mindful of them, be aware of them, realize that the universe is trying to show you something that you might not have been quite able to put your focus on and give your full attention. Another way of looking at a square is friction. We need friction in order to create in this 3D linear time frame that we are consciously aware that we're in. Very powerful manifestation energy. And so this is at 17 degrees of Aries, 17 degrees of Cancer. And so we've got this combination of Mars coming along and being able to emotionally connect instinctively and intuitively to the wounds that Chiron is helping us work through. We've had a lot of support with Chiron in this transit. It's a very poignant transit at this time for us being able to get in touch with our own autonomy. And so I'm moving from side to side here right now. Our own autonomy and our own individual spark of spirit of wanting to explore the world through our own felt experience, that we may have felt blocked. We may have had wounds when it comes to our relationships that are linked into not only our childhood, but like lots of other aspects of energy that are around us that aren't necessarily personal to our experience, but that we've signed up for in order to transmute and clear and heal. And again, that can block, those relationships kind of blocked our creative energy. And it's also, you know, what wounds and blocks is that we have, and linked into the things that we've had fun and enjoyment in creating. So the moon is in Leo, which is in your ninth house of higher philosophies. This is big picture perspectives, how you map out yourself in the world, the universe, linking into morals, philosophies, God, spirituality, however you want to phrase it. This is this space where you get a bigger perspective about your little space, your little tiny you in this big old universe, and realize that they are both completely intermingled. Just had an energetic release. It's also linked into mastery of something, i.e. higher education, really learning to master something that you've been studying for a while. That can manifest in many different forms. It just doesn't have to be like going to university or something. That's very limited. It's really anything that you just spend a lot of time getting to know and mastering, because the more that we do that, it's also the house of teaching. The more that we do that, we're able to not only broaden our own perspectives, be able to share those perspectives with others. It's also linked into foreign travel, and this is immersing yourself in an environment or culture that is unfamiliar to you in order to broaden your perspective. So your emotional needs linked into how you place yourself in the world, how you want to map that out. Perhaps your connection to maybe having your needs not met in terms of having space to be able to master something in your lifetime, of not being able to travel. These things being funneled into the 8th house, and giving connection to, you know, that give and take that you want from the universe, from the outside world, from the 3D reality, and feeding that energy into Mars, which is then feeding that into Chiron, which is in Aries, ruled by Mars. So we've got this chain of events of the moon in Leo, of where you shine your light, where you have your vitality, your heart space, and really helping you get in line with what it is that you need in terms of how you see yourself in the world. And the more that we understand that, the more that we're able to understand the dynamic between giving and receiving with the outside world, that helps heal the wounds we may have had about blocked, stuck energy. Right, those are all the aspects that I want to talk about. So I'm going to shuffle for a little bit until the energies let me know that we're sort of done with the tarot now. And and then I will probably be a bit quiet, as I say in the introduction. This is when I am quietening my monkey mind, and allowing the energies to do what they need to do as a vessel for their space. These cards are being very flippy all over the place, and I sometimes, not always, but a lot of the time. So I'm not necessarily thinking and then able to talk and able to communicate with you all about what's going on. So do bear with me if there's silence. There also can be energy work going on that during this time that is part of the process. And sometimes when I'm shuffling the deck and no cards are coming out, especially when I'm doing the clarification cards, this tends to be when they want to do energy work. So this will be more energy work that comes through for you all, right, Sag? Let's see what's going on. Right, lots of cards. I love it. I love it. Let's see where these will want to go. Okay, so we have for Mars moving through Gemini, which for you is in your 7th house of your one-to-one relationships. It's been there for 8 months. It looks like you've cleared through some stuff, you've let go of some stuff. Not surprising. So we've got the Three of Swords, you know, very evocative card. It's very simple in its meaning. Heartbreak, heart pain, the trauma that our heart feels. And this doesn't have to just be romantic, just because we're dealing with the 7th house. That's your friends, your people that you really care about, that are very close to you, that have a big impact on your life. Business partners that may have done you wrong and cause you, like, this is causing these swords, cause this heart to sort of go inward and be small and like feel very restricted, and you're constantly carrying that wound around with you that you haven't been able to transmute that. We've also got, which we all have, by the way, this stuff takes time. We've got the Nine of Wands, which is very much feeling like you've had to constantly defend yourself, or you've been on the defense, and you're trying to stay as true to yourself as possible. You're worn out by this, you're exhausted by it. And there's all this energy with Mars moving through that sign, could have been very combative. Like Mercury likes to spar with words and can there be a lot of back and forth and interaction and sort of devil's advocate energy that, but it's really getting you to understand what information and how you want your one-to-one relationships to be, what motivates you, what draws you to actually take action and be and engage with others. And we've got the Death card, which is great. This is letting go. This is having worked through these traumas, these things that have been brought up, maybe spending a lot of time contemplating mentally about these, or conversations that you've had with one-to-one relationships have felt that have re-highlighted not only past traumas, but sort of, definitely created new spaces for this energy to come through in order for you to let this go, in order for you to transform this energy and compost it, and be aware of, we are, the cycles of life, death and rebirth. You can't be born again if you don't surrender and transmute that previous energy. And it's great that that's come up for such a very potent transit of Mars moving through that sign. We've now got Mars in, this is a great combination. We've got Mars in the 8th house of shared resources. So feeling in competition, the Five of Wands, like really not like, not getting what you need, and just feeling battered about by other competing factors. Like no one's really getting the upper hand. No one's really feeling satisfied by this space. It could, and then we've also got the Eight of Swords. Sometimes it's kind of highlighting that potentially this energy is something that is a cage of your own making, and I don't mean that to point fingers and say, I mean, situations can happen that can feel very overwhelming, that are just part of your internal growth process. It doesn't stop them from being painful, doesn't stop them from being a sense of chaos energy. I always get chaos energy with this one of there not being a clear energy flow with the give and take with you and the outside world and other people in your lives. And that can be back and forth. That can be, it's not always about you giving too much, but it could have been you taking too much, or creating this chaos, this as if everyone's in competition for your energy. That is still certainly that's going to be personal to whoever that resonates with. We're all capable of being in that space, as well as feeling like our resources just aren't going anywhere. You're not getting any headway with anything. And we've got the Eight of Swords. As I said, this is a cage of your own making. This is really asking you to lean into the fact that everything is in fact an illusion, especially the thoughts that we have. And how this figure, they're not tightly bound, their legs aren't bound, they're able to walk away from this situation. And by being out of this state of stagnation, of acknowledging that this cage that you may feel you are very much in isn't real, and that you have the capacity to move and to change, and then the binds would fall down, and you'd be able to remove the blindfold and realize that there is always a way out. There always is a way of opening up to a space of abundance, rather than this very trapped in, caged in dynamic. And then we've got the World card. I love this because we're dealing with the world and the outside, other resources, the world's resources. And the world card is a Saturn card, which at first in my practice, I was like, oh, I don't like that. That just seems counterintuitive. And then the more that I worked with all the planets and all the energies and from my own experience, Saturn is about limitations and boundaries. So you've got this very clear boundary line between you and the outside world. And the more we walk with our own integrity, the more we know ourselves. So this card is very much about knowing yourself on a very authentic level. This used to be traditionally a hermaphrodite, sort of acknowledging that we have the feminine and the masculine within us. We also have the neutral, which makes us be fluid. And be able to appreciate every part of who we are and understand every part of who we are. The more that we are integral with the way that we walk in the world, the less, the clearer we are with our boundaries and our restrictions, rather than just a scattergun effect, the more the world opens up to us, the more that we are able, this is a really positive card. This is essentially saying you are walking with your own integrity. So this is the journey of Mars through that sign. You're going to be learning about being able to walk in your own integrity, and the universe is going to match that. It's going to shift and change your dynamic with the outside world with this transit. So we have Have you ever noticed when you're clapping that it looks like there's almost blackness within your hands? Like you feel like the void is in there, the pure creation energy. Okay, Sag, right. What next? So the first aspect is with the trine to Saturn, and that's in your fourth house. Really interesting combination here. So your fourth house of your home, your private life, your roots, your foundations, your parents, your intimate part of who you are, and what you do when you're by yourself in your home, right? And with the eighth house of that shared resources, that we've got the devil here, and this feels, especially with the star card coming straight after it, of what's going on, that the conversation between Mars and Saturn is facilitating moving through trauma, moving through pain. The devil card is a very powerful card. And I think it gets a bad rep, but it definitely has some of that energy of the cycles of the human race. It's Capricorn, the final earth sign. There's so much collective trauma there that we are often vehicles for that trauma that is so just manifest. It's part of the society's structures that create these spaces, and that you're clearing out your relationship, that give and take relationship that can be based on trauma that you've had in your home, whether that's you give too much or take too much, whatever that imbalance is of it. You're getting this clearing with this beginning of Mars and Saturn's transits, both of them, of the journey that they're making is helping you release this space of addiction. We all are addicted in so many ways. The human race is entirely. And that this is transforming that power into a sense of, perhaps you haven't felt safe in your home, or there might have been, I'm just getting a shake to that there might have been trauma that's linked into like these response mechanisms where you just aren't comfortable in that environment on a truly authentic basis. But healing is coming in. This is the star card. This is about deep transformational emotional healing. This figure, I love the representation of this. She is unclothed. She is without masks. She is truly her authentic self, having gone through that clearing, that healing space, and bringing in the 3D of the earth and the galactic energy that we have within us at all times. And this allows you to hope and to dream and to realize the light that you shine, the star that you are, as and how she tends to her own needs. So It can be very much like shifting that relationship that you have with the outside world of not striving and seeking and clawing at of what you want and what you need, and not feeling that space of lack, that space of frustration, that which has led to going to wanting to escape. And you know, especially Pisces in the fourth can also be linked into doing that need to escape from reality if it's not matching with the emotional connection that you feel deep within your soul. Just had an energetic release. That you by rebalancing and going inward and not seeking external support. Not saying that you shouldn't have external support, we all should, but we're also, I find that the more that we tend to that inner, that strength, that authenticity of you are capable of everything, you have everything within you, the more that then the world reverberates outwards and gives you support. So we've got the Four of Pentacles as this sort of crowning energy between these two of your home and the outside shared resources. So this is stability, this is power, this is safety in the 3D world of really feeling secure in your own foundations. And this can be holding on to resources with, you know, especially with the 8th house. But I'm not getting that energy that you're giving yourself those internal foundations in order for the world to then be your oyster. Oh my god, I love it, Sag. And even if you think you've cleared through these things and these aren't really relevant, there's still probably going to be a part of you or a past life version of you or one of your ancestors who needs to hear these messages. Right, so for the next aspect, this is the 4th and 5th of April, depending on where you live. Now, they've been quite good at putting the piles in the right places. For so many of my readings, it's like none of the piles in the right places. They'll stop me every time. Every time I go to read, and then they're like, ha ha. But they also do have a habit of moving cards around and moving cards around and then putting them back exactly where they were before. One day I'll know why. Sometimes I understand what they're doing, sometimes I don't. It's part of the process, and I am very slowly but surely learning to accept that as a Virgo sun. So we're back at the original cards again. And this is the sextile with the North Node in Taurus, which for you is in your house of work and health and routine. And then we've got the South Node in Scorpio, which is your hidden part of who you are. And this is all feeding into your how you share your resources. So this is a new sense of vitality. A new strength. And interesting that we've got the moon come up because we're dealing with that eclipse cycle of definitely a new lease of life in terms of the tangible. We've got the pentacles here. That can be work, your body, appearance. You know, we are dealing with the north Node in Taurus. A renewed, maybe heralding in a new job or a new habit forming, a new routine that you have, a new way of taking care of your health, which is going to help you. Perhaps maybe how this works. So your embodied emotional motivations with the outside world is going to feed into your ability to open up that perspectives of being able to think differently and bring in energy from that Mars in Cancer in the 8th house. Bring the 8th house energy into your 9th house of being able to bring in new ways of looking at things and new ways of dealing with things. We've also got the Page of Wands. This is a fire sign. This is creativity, motivation, movement, adventure, passion, drive. And this is in you know, we've got the South Node so the illumination of the moon Told you they do like to play jokes on me. We've got the moon, this very deep, sensitive, intuitive, creative part of who you are. It's also linked into illusions. So the South Node moving through your 12th house is helping reveal illusions, constructs of who you are that don't serve you, are limiting beliefs, are that you can purify, set free, transmute into different energy. But again, still that water element in your 12th house of really being able to tap into, especially because we're dealing with the moon as well, even though this is the Pisces card, but we're dealing Pisces as well, of that intuition, that intuitive space that perhaps things that happen in the way that you're operating in the world, your drive, your motivations, interactions with the outside world is giving intuitive responses about what constructs you need to release, what constructs need to fall away. And then for the crowning energy, we've got the Page of Wands, so a new lease of passion, a new lease of creativity, a sense of adventure, of going out in the world. Pages are very useful energy of really looking at how your passions can get supported in the outside world, and give you foundations to that 12th house of your hidden heart, parts of who you are. Maybe magical inspirational things are happening in that area of your life that are feeding the way that you look at the world, and your adventure and your passions and your creativity and your movement out in it is going to apply in a different way. But definitely lots of vitality coming through. It's dealing with that eclipse cycle, which does have linked into endings and new beginnings. We're still working through that. Venus is tapping into all of those eclipses. So the changes can still be coming about because we're not out of that cycle yet. We have for Mars sextiling Mercury, the Fool. So this is your shared resources with your work, your health and your routines, a new way of communicating with your work, going on a new adventure in the world, being able to look at the outside world, because we're dealing more with the Mars aspect of this than the Mercury, because I'll be doing a separate video on that. We're dealing with, the Fool energy. We should all tap into it. I love the Fool. And I have the Fool. I have a tarot card of the Fool on my desk on this table. It's not really, is it a desk? It's kind of an altar. I'm sidetracking. I do apologize. The Fool is willing to look with naive eyes, but very wise eyes, of appreciating that the journey that we're on in this human incarnation is full of the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's what you deal with it, how you look at it, seeing it all as an adventure, having a real renewal of emotional connection to the give and take that's happening with you and the outside world, of really being able to, as I say, have that. We got 2 pages and then the Fool there, very vibrant, fresh, new energy coming through. So then we're going to have the full moon. The new moon. I apologize. The new moon in Aries. And following that, a couple of days later, you've got double pages, double nights. That's really interesting. That's not happened before. This is when Mercury will be retrograde. So it's still the same sextile. It's at 15 degrees, a very potent energy. And this is the retrograde. So there's a lot of, you've got 2 nights. You've got Slow and Steady Wins the Race, the Knight of Pentacles, dealing with the tangible 3D world. And you've got the Knight of Cups, very romantic, very emotional. These things are being defended in the resources that you give and your emotional connections that you give. And that is feeding into that Mercury transit, and the beginning. And so it's establishing what it is that's important to you, that you want to defend, and how you want to manifest in your motions, in your actions, in your drive of what's important to you. And so that's all feeding into Mercury. And the same time, Venus and the moon, Venus ruling Taurus, which is where Mercury is, the moon ruling Cancer, where Mars is. So these energies are sort of governing what's going on, but all this is then feeding back into Mercury, which is then feeding back into Venus, back and forth, of your one-to-one relationships, of needing this energy to come through in your one-to-one relationships. This is how you want to be met. You want to be supported, you want to be nourished, you also want to do these things in in return, but it's about bringing these things into balance of there's a very committed romantic Knight of Cups and a very also very committed slow and steady tangible sense of having this night energy, whether that's you or the outside world coming to support you. And I like that we've got the Lovers card because, you know, we have got this link into Gemini because of the moon and Venus, but it's dealing with the one-to-one in relationships. The give and take in relationships. And the Lovers card for me is making the right decisions based on your needs long term. We've got the feminine, the masculine, and we've got the spirit here. So it's about really integrating. It's also the Gemini card, really integrating everything that you are and everything that who you are, and the more that we do that, the more we get into balance, the give and take of the relationships, the more we can make those decisions, you know, because it's the Lovers card and we're dealing with the 7th house of Gemini, and it is the Gemini card. I could say that this is heralding in a new way of your relationships, your one-to-one relationships, which is facilitated by Mars moving through Cancer, in how you're figuring out what motivates you and drives you in the give and take that you have with others. So the final aspect that we have, this is the square with Chiron, and this is in Aries. This is your creative energy. This is how you romance, how you date. It's your children, it's your fun, it's your amusement. And so we've got movement here. We've got the Chariot card, which is the moon card. And so there's a sense of the direction that you're headed in, and the work that you've done and the healing that you're doing is in the right direction. It's in line with the universe. There's a sense of victory, but it doesn't mean that there isn't unsteadiness. It's about your resilience and being able to be true to who you are. You know, you see the figure here. There are no reins holding in this two sphinxes, the night and the day, the yin and the yang, and also all the stars and the astrological symbols and the moons, of like really being in alignment with the universe in your actions and what you're doing. But there's a speed, there's a change. You might change location, because that's also very much a thing with the Chariot card, a change of home, because it is Cancer, which is very much linked into the home. And then we've got the 3 of Pentacles, which is collaboration. I love this. This is knowing your own worth. This is mastery. So all these individuals, they've got different skills in different areas, and they're all coming together to create something beautiful and long lasting, but it's knowing your value and bringing that vibrational frequency towards you. This give and take is equal. It's fair and it's balanced. It's rewriting what's been going on with the past experience with you, with the outside world. Again, whether you've taken too much or given too much, this is bringing in a sense of integrity and a sense of balance into that dynamic that's happening with the healing that you've been doing in your 5th house. Which is again rebalancing everything. We have for these quite a lot of cards for the energies moving forward, right? So let me just. So it feels like these are cultivation energies. You know, we've got the Queen of Swords being, she's been through some stuff. She's sort of battle weary. She's got her head above the clouds. She's thinking clearly. She's very sure of who she is. There can be a cool, calm and collected with the Queen of Swords, but there's a clarity. There's a strength. There's an understanding of what it is that you want from the outside world. And it seems like you want some choices. You want to be able to dream, be able to think in a slightly you know, this is very cloudy. You know, this is very much head in the clouds, right? You know, having this combination is great because we can hold space for both of these things. You know, we can think rationally, we can be real with ourselves, but at the same time, we can dream big. We can hope for all the choices that we possibly want. And we've got the Queen of Cups and the King of Pentacles. You're being nourished. You're being supported. You are also, in return, nourishing and supporting through your inner work, the give and take with the world in general. We've got the King of Pentacles. This is long-term legacy. This is doing things that are serving you in the long term in the 3D realm. We've got the Ace of Cups. We've got the Nine of Cups. These are such positive cards. And we've got the Four of Wands. So the Ace of Cups, renewal of your relationship, renewal of how you give and receive in the world, giving from your saucer, not from your cup, a full overflowing of emotional ability to feel restored and nourished, creative, intuitive, all of these things feeding into you. And we've got the Nine of Cups. This is the wish card. But for me, this is embodiment of every area of your life in that wish, as if your wishes have been fulfilled. This true sense of deep gratification about what's going on and how of every area of your life. Like everything in this moment is truly divine, and the more that we embody it, the more that we can draw in that energy of abundance. And we've got the Four of Wands. This is another celebration card. This is about having put in the hard work. This is linked into the harvest of put in the hard work. You've collaborated, you've engaged with the universe in a very integral way, but you've been thinking long term, and now you're celebrating. Now you're enjoying the benefits of your labor. This is also again another collaborative energy of bringing in like-minded people that have all been working on the same thing, in order to then celebrate and move forwards. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards, see what might have been missed in the tarot, or it might just confirm the messages that have come through. Let's see, this is the numerology deck. I put all the decks in the description box, and all the information that I've talked about in terms of the aspects will be in the description box as well. I know it's a lot of information, but that's just how I roll. And maybe go and jot it down in your diary about what kind of energies are about, and then, you know, make observations of how this is responded to you. The more that we engage with it and understand it, the more we get in line. And I just yeah, really want these videos to empower intuition. You know, I talked about intuition at the beginning, you having Cancer in the 8th house, of how powerful that is and how magical that is. Okay, so it's sort of the way that it's moved around is highlighting that your intuition has been blocked. Just had an energetic release, and through this healing with the star and this sense of security, well, through the healing with the star, your intuition can come forth in full power, and give you that sense of security that you have needed. Now it's gone with the World card. You know, that is very much more that the more that you know yourself, the more that the world opens up to you. Right, I'm going to pull one more card from here for now. Whoa, karmic completion. This card has come up a lot with so many of the readings for us all. Oh, sorry, yeah, for the not just this Mars in Cancer, but a lot of the other readings that are going on right now. A lot of the other energy is very highlighting that the messages coming through that I've been receiving is very, very like, this is clearing time. Okay, so that was with the North Node and South Node, again linking into those eclipse seasons that we've had, of really helping clear out that energy in order to bring in this freshness, this vitality that's coming your way. Right, no, I don't want to do that one, do I? So this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Sorry, I've got a lot of fixed energy when I do things out of sequence. I'm like, oh my god, have I done it wrong? Jesus. That's too many cards, guys. We've got the Empathy card. That's just gone with Athena Pallas, the asteroid that is with Mars in this journey. having empathy with yourself leads to healing. Got Fortune. So this is very much linked into the 8th and the 6th house here. So there's a lot going on for you. There's the sun in Leo, so perhaps when the sun in Leo season, something may come about, but it's essentially just shining got a fellow intuition card of really giving you, when you get these things into balance, of really allowing romance with the world. Like that. I like that. Right, let's move on to the First Light Tarot. This is a mixture of major arcana, question cards. Do we want this? Variables affecting this issue, and it's gone with the cards that I pulled for. Okay, maybe there's some ties, some karmic ties, connections that need to be released. Positive surroundings. Beautiful. Okay, again, we're dealing with that karmic clearing. So it went with the ancient ones. Yeah, clearing out a lot of debt. Not necessarily debt. I don't mean to say it like that. Just I've got a heavy energy at the back of my neck. You know, Taurus rules the throat. Being able to be in touch with your true, authentic voice. Got the Lover's card. Again, there's so many duplicates keep coming up in these readings. And power, understanding reality. Having cleared out so much of your one-to-one relationships, you are now aware of whatever may have gone on there. Either way, back or forth, that there's a shift happening in order for you to be able to justice decisions. Okay, so rights being wronged, the karmic balance coming into alignment, clearing out all ties that you may have had or they may have had to you. This life, past lives, all the lives, really clearing the decks. Ooh. Let's go back to the First Light Tarot. Okay, I really recommend checking out the introduction because this is the most that they've engaged with these cards for any of the signs. We've got variables affecting the issue, the ancient ones, karmic completion, the heart of the sky, justice, and the blade. Clearing out the hidden. Just had an energetic release. Bringing things into balance. Transmuting energy. The blade is linked into using the blade with integrity of how you enter into cutting cords. Got a love partnership. So for some of you, that can be clearing out energy linked into these past romantic partners, but also having done this and cleared this energy, you're opening up the space to draw in the support that you need on a one-to-one basis. I've got synchronicities. Yeah, especially with Cancer in the 8th of being able to pick very intuitively up of how to respond to situations that the universe is throwing your way. Just had an energetic release. It's an interesting reading, Sag. This is like the loudest. Like, I don't think I've ever had love partnership come up in any of these readings. This is the loudest this has been about, oh, hey, this might be about romance. And even if you're not in a romantic partnership, we've all felt pain. You've got Chiron in the 5th. We've all felt pain in that area of our lives. Even if it's when we were a little kid and like the person that we wanted to got quarrel. Yeah, of transmuting that energy, whether that is you or the people in your life. Because that's the Mars moving through Gemini in your 7th house. You know, it goes both ways. We have different relationships that have different dynamics. Like, you put yourself in your position, and also, what do I mean? That it, as I said, we can be at both ends of the line, if that makes sense. And like being able to realize what you needed to let go of. And the power of understanding your own responses, your own behavior, as well as the behavior of others, and surrendering, letting go of the power that has over you, clearing out that way of being able to make the right decisions when it comes to the people that you want to be around and the choices that you make for long term. So with that 7 of Cups that they moved there, so I didn't talk about that at the time. It feels like whatever clearing out is happening, you know, the nodes are also going to move into Aries and Libra. So there's having done all this healing work with Chiron, karma, domino effects. You know, that's twice now that's come up. Okay, they're putting karma, intuition, and romance together. Yeah, as I said, we've got the Lovers come up twice, being able to make the right decisions, having things being cleared. But with that 7 of Cups being moved there, it's like that you will then have choices that are linked into the things that you need. And that your intuition will be on point about what kind of choices that you want to make. can be so impatient sometimes. I'm like, why is the card not always just flying out of the deck? Oh my god, I'm such a brat. I've got Aries in the 9th. We've got creativity. I like that as a final message of really opening up your creative space and moving through those wounds in that Aries, which is going to be impacted by like this movement of Mars through Cancer, of what motivates you, what are you defending, how are you defending your needs from a very healthy way. You know, we've got Athena Pallas there, very, as I said in the introduction, an archetype of wisdom when it comes to war. Like, if we are gonna, you know, go out forth, let's be strategic about it. And let's you know, Mars is also a spiritual warrior. I love Mars. I have lots of squares in my chart, and my Mars exactly squares my Saturn, so woo. But yeah, it's like giving Mars a job to do. Get creative, give it something to do, rather than it kick off and go into old habits. Nope. I know I said final card was creativity, but I get card happy, guys. And I like how that's gone with the 7 of Cups as well. Like, of being able to dream, think differently, use your intuition to tap into principle. Jupiter and Sagittarius, I mean, that is your sign. Yeah, I think that's a good one to end with. Let me hold these up. That there's a sense of integrity here with everything that's being cleared, that it is really getting you in line with matters of the heart. Where is that Ace of Cups? That sense of new way of emotionally connecting. But done in a way that is really nourishing and supportive, and based on integrity, basically. You know, one of the main aspects that's kicking off is with Saturn and Mars. And yeah, I'm going to leave it at that, Sag. I really appreciate you watching. I appreciate the energy transfer. If you want to pay it forward, if something resonates in this and you feel like it's really helped you in any way, shape or form, and you want to pay it forward, things that can help the algorithm. Don't do this for me. Do this if you feel so inclined. You can like the video. You can leave a comment. It can just be an emoji. Any interaction on the channel boosts the algorithm. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. If you feel like sharing with people, that's also a wonderful thing to do, but I appreciate that can be a bit vulnerable. Typing the name of the channel in the search bar and finding the videos and watching the videos through that search. Also watching one video and then another video in succession. I don't need you to do these. These aren't for me. These are if you just feel like you want people out in the outside world. So when the algorithm kicks off, this means that YouTube pushes it out there all around the world in different areas, and people might stumble across one of these videos, and they might receive something from there that helps them in whatever way, in the way that you may have resonated. I'm not saying you have, but if you have, it would be cool if you could help out and do those things. As I said, no expectations, no pressure. Don't do it for me. My ego is firmly in check. I love what I do, and I get so much pleasure from it, and like it nourishes me, and I can only hope that it nourishes others. But I hold zero expectations for it. I try and focus on the joy of the thing. Okay, guys, I really hope that helped or resonated with you in any way, shape, or form. I would love to hear from you. But that's like, I would just like to hear from you, because I like engaging with people and knowing how all this astro weather affects us. And just chatting. But so, if you feel so inclined to do so, I would love to hear from you. But if not, be well out there until we meet again, Sag.